Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber.
Be seated. Usual rules apply. I call Cathy Mason.
Gormiagat Cancorlia. 30 years ago today, the village of Loughinisland was shaken to its very core. As locals watched Ireland play in Italy in the World Cup, members of the UVF entered the Heights Bar in the small Southdown village and opened fire. The men sprayed the room with more than 60 bullets. 6 men were killed outright and 5 other people were wounded. As families eagerly awaited the results of the World Cup match, their lives were shattered by an act of unimaginable violence. Today, 3 decades on, we honour the memories of Adrian Rogan, Malcolm Jenkinson, Barney Green, Eamon Byrne, Daniel McCraner and Patrick O'Hare. We remember them today as fathers, sons, brothers, uncles and friends whose lives were cruelly cut short. We extend our deepest sympathies and eternal solidarity to their families who have borne the unimaginable burden of their loss with grace and dignity. Your strength continues to inspire us all. The morning after the attack, the getaway car was found abandoned in a field near Crossgar. Almost 2 months later, the assault rifle used in the attack was found hidden at a bridge near Saintfield, along with a hold-all containing boiler suits, balaclavas, gloves, handguns and ammunition. And despite various investigations, no one has ever been convicted for the Loughinisland massacre. The pain of that night was compounded by years of unanswered questions and significant allegations of collusion. And while the 2016 report by the Police Ombudsman provided some answers, the pursuit of full accountability remains. Heartbroken families have been fighting for years, determined to get truth and justice for their loved ones. And the pain of that night still reverberates through Loughinisland, yet it also serves as a testament to our community's resilience and unwavering pursuit of a better future. We stand 3 decades later, not only to remember those we lost, but to honour their memory by reaffirming our commitment to peace, accountability and reconciliation.
Brian Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, we're able to enjoy watching the UEFA Euro tournament matches in Germany on television these evenings, and the standard of football has been good so far. However, it won't finish for us here in Northern Ireland with the Euro final on Sunday the 14th of July. The next day, Monday the 15th of July, is the start of the UEFA Under-19 men's tournament here in Northern Ireland, and the tournament runs for 2 weeks until Sunday the 28th of July. 8 countries are taking part: Spain, Italy, France, Denmark, Norway, Ukraine, Turkey and Northern Ireland as hosts. The venues for the group matches will be Seaview Stadium in Belfast and Inver Park in Larne, with the semi-finals and final scheduled to be staged at the National Football Stadium at Windsor Park on Sunday the 28th of July. So this is a great chance to see emerging stars of the future. Most of the top European players of today played in this tournament in their day, like Mbappe and Ronaldo. Tickets are very reasonably priced at just £2 for children, £5 for adults. And I would encourage folks to check out the section on the IFA website. Taking part in the tournament is a big step up for Northern Ireland. We wish our Under-19s manager and former Northern Ireland legend Gareth McCauley and his young squad every success in the tournament that we're hosting. Training sessions for the teams are being held at a range of local community venues, and I know that the board of Paisley Park Sportsplex off the West Circle Road in Belfast are delighted to be hosting some of these training sessions on the restored 3G pitch. Tournament is also resulting in a legacy of investment in some of these venues, and it also strengthens the need for a national training centre which will include a grass pitch. There will also be fan zones and community activities during the tournament. So whatever the outcome is for Northern Ireland sharing in the British-Irish hosting of the 2028 Euros, the hosting of the Under-19 tournament this summer is a great credit to the Irish Football Association. In particular, it is part of the legacy of the work of the late Craig Stanfield, who did so much to attract major UEFA tournaments to Northern Ireland. It builds on our hosting of the UEFA Women's Under-19 tournament in 2017 and the UEFA Super Cup in 2021. And it is fitting that the Junior Cup is now named after Craig Stanfield in recognition of his work. So I wish to also express particular thanks to Malcolm Roberts at the IFA for his information and assistance and for his work in promoting the tournament. Thank you.
Kate Nicol.
Mr. Speaker, Luke Fields is an Aquinas student. He's also a playwright. Over the last number of months, Luke and a number of students across the UK have been entering into a playwriting competition, and of the 500 entries, Luke was successful. He's a former youth lyric pupil and has achieved enormous success. He will be going to the National Theatre, where his play is going to be directed by an in-house director and performed by actors on stage. This is an amazing achievement for Luke, but it's also testament to the young creative talent in South Belfast, and I'm incredibly proud of him. Last night I was at the launch of the Seamus Heaney Centre. I think you were there too, Mr. Speaker, and I was struck by this new building, which is a tribute to one of Ireland's greatest poets, this place that is a place of learning, but will also inspire the next generation of creatives. On Wednesday, they are going to have Fighting Words, a young creative writing program. Children from Botanic Primary School are going to be going into the Seamus Heaney Centre, and they're going to learn about creative writing, and they will be inspiring the next generation. And as I was thinking about Luke and Seamus Heaney and Kelly McCaughrean and all these amazing writers in our city, it made me think how important it is that we have strategic and long-term arts funding. If we have been able to produce such talent, imagine what more could be achieved if we had this funding in place. So congratulations to Luke, and I wish him all the best with his performance.
Harj, I rise again to speak on the condition of many schools in Derry. And we are very aware of the conditions which we've raised with the Department of Education, with the Education Authority over previous months. This has become a constant issue now of maintenance because our schools simply cannot and are not getting the capital funding which they require to ensure that their schools are fit for purpose and are safe for pupils to go to. So the Minister has made two recent statements on this. One of them more positive, I suppose, for Derry schools than another. But essentially we have two schools in Derry, Limon Christie and St Bridget's College in Cairnhill, which both are on that list, but will and have been languishing on that waiting list. So we're in a situation where we know change is needed, where we know the change needs to happen for staff, for families, but most importantly for the pupils. But we're in a situation where this isn't happening. And I've visited many schools in Derry recently which are in these conditions, where children are being taught in porter cabins, which are cold, which have black mould, and which are in extremely poor condition. So I don't think it's acceptable in 2024 for any child to be taught in conditions which look like this, where we have situations where children are being taught in schools with black mould on the ceiling. It's an extreme health risk for those children. I don't think it's acceptable at all. We also then have porter cabins which look like this, which are just simply not being maintained by the Education Authority. And I've brought these photos here today because I think it's very important. If children in our community and in our constituency are seeing this every day when they go to school, then people on here who make these decisions should see these photos as well. So we also have conditions like this, which simply are not acceptable. And children are going to school every day in conditions which look just like this. So this may not be a priority for the Education Minister, but it's certainly a priority for me, certainly a priority for Sinn Féin. And what we will continue to do is to stand up for those children, for those families, and for our community, to ensure that our children can go to school in conditions that are fit for purpose, that are safe, and where they can be taught in conditions that are appropriate for school education.
Colin McGrath.
As an MLA for Loughinisland, I would like to add my voice to those of my colleagues in remembering those who were so grossly murdered that night 30 years ago, and to their families who live every day with the tragedy that occurred. For members that have never been to Loughinisland, it's a small place, it's a rural village, a school, a chapel, a pub and a few houses. The local shop is a few minutes' walk away. It's nestled off the main Belfast to Newcastle road, and thousands will have passed, but most will not give a thought to what actually happened there 30 years ago. On the night, the pub was packed with those watching a football match, and with the current Euros on, that could be happening in many's a place this week. They went out to watch a football match. They went out to have a few pints. The carnage that occurred brought an end to that. I was in Donegal that night, but with friends from Loughinisland, and it was before social media and before really mobile phones were being used. I remember the car journey home as the news came through, and then the names came through, each one known to my friends, and the sense of pain was palpable. But the fact that there has never been any justice is frightening. And it's not because those that did this horrendous murders are unknown. It's because our system is unwilling. We must change that. Families must get their justice. The pain that Loughinisland still feels must be allowed to heal. But for so many, that cannot and will not happen. And so the memory of Eamon Byrne, of Barney Green, Malcolm Jenkinson, Dan McCraner, Patsy O'Hare, Adrian Rogan, who was the father of a former MLA in this chamber, the pain for them goes on, but the support of the community for their families is as strong as ever. Thank you.
Robin Swan.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of talk of sport in this place over the last few days and everybody concentrating on UEFA. There's one sport that's gone on across Northern Ireland at this minute in time, cross-community, cross all age groups, without fear or favour of distinction. That's pigeon racing, Mr. Speaker, and it doesn't get often spoke about in this chamber, nor the benefits that it actually brings to those individuals who are involved in it, from the mental health aspect, from the social aspect, and just that sense of camaraderie that is brought about by pigeon clubs and those pigeon people who are racing, as I say, of all ages across all communities. And Mr. Speaker, it was good to see that back in this place, and some members will remember back in 2016 when this place actually recognised pigeon racing as a sport under the Race Amendment Act, something that hasn't been done in other jurisdictions, but something that was able to bring a benefit to those clubs. And I would just like to put on record, Mr. Speaker, since this place passed that amendment recognising pigeon racing as a sport under the Race Amendment Act, over the last 5 years, pigeon racing clubs across Northern Ireland have been able to obtain a £113,000 rate rebate under the sports and recreational rate relief, allowing many of those clubs to continue racing and actually operating, because they get no support from any other government department or most councils either. So, Mr. Speaker, it was just to put my thanks, and I think this Chamber's thanks, to those volunteers across Northern Ireland to keep those pigeon clubs going on a day and weekly basis.
Alan Robinson.
I want to comment just briefly on the fish kill that has happened in the River Row in County Londonderry. This incident has been confirmed by the Lochs Agency, who say that 700 juvenile salmon and trout died in the incident at Burnfoot between Limavady and Dungiven on Friday evening. This is a spawning area for salmon and a nursery area for juvenile fish, both salmon and sea trout, and could have a long-term impact upon that river. Anglers in this area have all said that they are devastated what has happened over the weekend, and that it appears to be a huge incident. I call upon the agencies to urgently identify the source, to fully investigate this matter, and if, as we suspect, this is foul play, that those responsible face penalties. This is another in a long list of fish kills in this province and across the UK, and I would call upon anyone who has information on the source of this latest kill to please report it urgently.
Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the No Gas Caverns campaign in Island Magee on their legal victory yesterday at the Court of Appeal. This is a campaign that has been working for many years to oppose to have 7 skyscraper-sized caverns constructed under Larne Lough to store natural gas. This would have created a dead zone in the sea off the coast of Island Magee and locked Northern Ireland into fossil fuel dependency for decades, at a time when we have legally binding targets to reduce emissions to net zero by 2050. The No Gas Caverns campaign is made up of local residents who are absolutely committed to protecting this beautiful area for future generations. They have fundraised themselves for many years, arranging events such as coffee mornings, local gigs and freezing swims at Browns Bay, and they have a huge level of support in the local community. It has been a long struggle for the campaigners, but they have fought tirelessly, overcoming the odds and getting back up after knockbacks, and they are a very persistent bunch. This decision could have far-reaching consequences for future fossil fuel projects across Northern Ireland. It's a real David and Goliath story, and it shows that when a dedicated group of people organise together to oppose a damaging proposal in their area, they can win. Mr Speaker, this Assembly declared a climate emergency in 2020 and passed the Climate Change Act in 2022, which set legal targets for reducing emissions. We should be shifting our focus from polluting fossil fuel schemes such as this project and concentrate on seizing the huge economic benefits and security of supply that will come from developing sources of clean, renewable energy here in Northern Ireland. In the words of the campaign spokesperson Lisa Dobby, this was a win for the community, the wildlife and the environment. Thank you.
Ciara Ferguson.
Speaker, the human cost of homelessness cannot be understated. As an Assembly and an Executive, we need to get to grips with the level of need which exists across our society and our constituencies when it comes to housing. I wanted to speak again today just to thank first and foremost the Simon community for sharing their recent research, which suggests we could have in the region of 80,000 people experiencing homelessness across our society. The suggested significant percentage of these, which are invisible and unaccounted for and in terms of official statistics, owes to the reality of hidden homelessness, such as staying with a relative of theirs, living in their car or sofa surfing with friends or colleagues. Living in temporary or non-standard forms of accommodation is unsettling for so many reasons, not least the impact it has on people's mental health, resilience and their well-being. It disrupts any stability or certainty in people's lives. It impacts on their access to opportunities, whether that's employment, whether that's education, and can have devastating outcomes due to not adequately addressing the root causes of homelessness. We know the effect it can have on physical health conditions and mobility for some individuals, and no person living with disabilities, for example, should find themselves feeling constrained and helpless at home due to having no stable alternative to access essential equipment, support and necessary adaptations. With a spend of £34.5 million in 2023-24 on temporary accommodation and rising, it's not acceptable for the Department for Communities to suggest a social housing development programme delivery of 400 new homes in 2024-25. If we contrast this with the 47,312 households on the waiting list at the end of March, this is effectively addressing 0.85% of those. We must collectively, as an Executive and an Assembly, have the vision to deliver more social and affordable housing than ever before. We must then support success in this area by applying political will and vital resources. We must secure multi-annual budgets and strategically plan across all departments for the longer term in terms of housing delivery and homeless prevention efforts, particularly with respect to budget discussions. I call on the Minister for Communities to begin this process by publishing the housing supply strategy and urgently reconsidering the proposed departmental allocations, which are allowing for a fall of 73.4% in our social home starts in the incoming year. Thank you.
30 years ago today, gunmen walked into a small rural pub in County Down and opened fire on a room full of innocent civilians watching a football match. Ireland were playing Italy in the World Cup and were, unusually, winning. I was watching the match at home as a child when my father was called away. I didn't know why. In living rooms, pubs and clubs across Ireland, it was a moment of joy and togetherness. In the Heights Bar, also known as O'Toole's, innocent people were watching the game when two UVF gunmen entered the pub and sprayed it with bullets from an assault rifle. They killed 6 innocent men: Adrian Rogan, Malcolm Jenkinson, Dan McCrainer, Patsy O'Hare, Eamon Byrne and Barney Green. Barney Green was 87. He is the oldest known victim of the Troubles. He was shot in the back while watching a football match. The killers shouted "Fenian bastards," then made their escape, leaving a scene of unimaginable horror and suffering which has continued over the last 30 years for the victims' families and survivors of that obscene act. Though all the dead men were Catholic, the community was and is a shared one. Almost exactly 5 years after the atrocity, I started working behind that bar. There were still security cameras and a buzzer to enter. But the pub was still frequented by people from all traditions, appalled at the evil atrocity that had been visited on Loughinisland. That obscenity was compounded by the failure of the criminal justice system to provide any justice or accountability, a failure that persists to this day, a failure that we know now was about more than simply incompetence. Repeated reports have pointed to collusion. That offence was compounded when the only meaningful justice and accountability that has been offered to the Loughinisland families, which came first of all in the 2016 Ombudsman's report and then the pioneering investigative journalism of Barry McCaffrey and Trevor Burney, resulted in those brave investigative journalists being arrested for the work they did for the Loughinisland families. Loughinisland is an ancient place. If you go to Loughinisland, on a small island in a loch, there sits an island which has ancient churches. It's a place of calm and dignity. That calm and dignity is reflected in the dignity and resilience of the Loughinisland families and that community over the past 30 years. That dignity and calm sits in stark contrast to the failures of the criminal justice system, to those who still celebrate and trivialise the evil acts that took place and the organisation, including those on the Newton Arch Road on Saturday night, who trivialise the kind of acts that involve shooting an 87-year-old man in the back. The courage, the dignity and the resilience of the Loughinisland families stands true, and my thoughts are with them today.
That concludes member statements. We now move to the next item of business, which is the opposition motion on dual market access. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly affirms the huge opportunity afforded to our local economy as a result of the dual market access available to businesses here, allowing the seamless movement of goods into both the EU and UK markets, recognises that this opportunity has the potential to deliver tangible benefits in terms of job creation, inward investment, improved wages and productivity and improved regional balance, acknowledges the importance of continued efforts to ease the flow of goods moving from east to west, and also the need to mitigate damage to north-south services and trade not covered by the Protocol Windsor framework. Notes that deriving full benefits from our advantageous trading position will require focused intergovernmental and interagency work, and calls on the Minister for the Economy to work with the Irish Government to establish a joint Invest NI IDA Ireland working group, drawing on expertise from Intertrade Ireland, interested business groups and, where relevant, the UK Department for Business and Trade and the EU Directorates General to develop a clearly defined strategy to maximise the huge economic advantages afforded to Northern Ireland, with the aim of providing reports to the North-South Ministerial Council, which will in turn furnish recommendations under Article 14 of the Protocol to the Specialised Committee on the Protocol Windsor Framework, and further calls on the Minister to provide an update to the Assembly on the establishment of this working group and its actions not later than the end of 2024.
More like an essay than a motion. I call Mr O'Toole to move on behalf of the opposition.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. No, all other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion, Mr O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and let me say first of all I apologise to the clerk for making her read out such an expansive motion. It is long and detailed for a specific reason, and that is that we do want to nail down specifics in this motion. In each opposition day so far, the SDLP opposition sought to use our time to effectively hold ministers to account and also to platform the most urgent policy matters. The two go hand in hand: accountability and a vision for the future. That's what being a constructive opposition is about. In this final opposition day, I'm sure some of executive colleagues will be delighted to hear me say these words. In this final opposition day before the summer recess, the SDLP opposition is bringing forward 3 motions aimed at maximising the benefits of all Ireland cooperation. in investment and job creation, in improving healthcare, and in building our vital tourism industry. In each of these areas, the relevant Minister has signalled a positive tone in relation to greater cross-border collaboration. But we want and need to see practical action and specific plans with timelines. So, our first motion, our first admittedly very detailed motion, calls for specific actions, meat on the bones of the rhetorical commitment to dual market access. The SDLP has been the loudest and longest champion of the unique dual market access afforded to this region under the protocol now termed the Windsor Framework. Indeed, I was the first person to use that phrase in the Assembly Chamber, and yes, I am sad enough that I went and checked on Hansard. Back then, in 2020 and 2021, the very existence of our preferential trading arrangements at the crossroads of the world's two largest markets was hugely controversial. Yes, it remains controversial today, as does Brexit itself, an extraordinary act of economic self-harm. The UK's official economic forecaster, the OBR, estimates that Brexit, specifically hard Brexit, will cost the UK around 4% of its productivity and 15% lower trade. Those may seem like dry, abstract percentages, but they will add up to tens and ultimately hundreds of billions of pounds of lost economic activity, which means tens of billions of pounds and more of missed tax revenue. Add that to the existing effects of grinding austerity, and it helps explain the withered state of public services here and elsewhere. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to spend today's debate lingering on the old battle of Brexit. Not that there's really anything to debate. Even Nigel Farage, close personal friend, or fair weather friend, to some in this chamber, has admitted that Brexit is a failure. We cannot escape all of the negative consequences of that failure. As I said, we are living with the consequences of that failure in terms of lower spending from the UK government and deterioration of public services. We are dealing with key labour shortages, with movement of people being outside the protocol. We are dealing with disruptions in trading services cross-border and into Europe. But the data is clear. We are seeing tangible economic benefits from our ability to move goods seamlessly and uniquely on this planet into both the British and European single markets. Intertrade Ireland collates data published by both the Central Statistics Office in Dublin and NISRA in Belfast. And that data is stark. Before Brexit and our new trading arrangements in 2015, annual cross-border trade in goods stood at just under €3 billion, having been around that level for more than a decade. By 2023, the value of cross-border trade had tripled in value to more than €10 billion. To quote a report from the ESRI last September, quote, the unique status of Northern Ireland, with its access to both the EU and UK markets, has driven this recent substantial increase in cross-border trade and has the potential to feed into broader economic linkages across the island. To be clear, this is a good thing. Whatever your constitutional perspective, I will give way briefly.
Member is the leader of the opposition of a party called the Social Democratic in Labour Party. Isn't it the very antithesis of democracy that what he's embracing is the concept that 300 areas of law that should rest in this House have been surrendered to a foreign parliament over which we have no control? I never really did think of the member as a colonialist, but it turns out that's exactly what he is, a willing slave of colonial rule by the EU.
Delighted I gave way to the member because it gives me the opportunity to say I am a proud pro-European, and I would love to make this arrangement to remove any scintilla of lack of democracy from our arrangements by rejoining the European Union via an inclusive and reconciled new Ireland. What a great idea, what a great idea. So, to be clear, this is a good thing. It may be the only good thing that's come from Brexit. Even if it was the last thing that some of Brexit's strongest proponents wanted, we have some canopy from the Brexit storm. Northern Ireland, traditionally one of the weakest performing economic regions, has consistently outperformed other UK regions since we formally exited from the EU. To ignore the role played by our uniquely advantageous trading position would be daft, disingenuous. And much of this growth has happened either when there was no executive at all to drive policy or strategy, or it happened at a time when severe political instability and doubts over ministers' commitment to pursuing the benefits of dual market access hindered investment. I can remember a time in this chamber when ministers of the economy would deny that there even were benefits, even as InvestNI sought to tentatively market those benefits overseas. And I'm glad that the Economy Minister we have now does not share that position. Imagine what could be achieved with a focused plan and strategy in collaboration with the Irish Government and, indeed, with the support of the UK Government and the European Commission. And I just want to say briefly, to anybody who thinks we are ignoring the East-West axis, our motion is deliberately drafted so as to underline the importance of the East-West axis. By definition, supporting the dual market access benefits of the protocol is an acknowledgement of the fact that the East-West economic access is an important and vital one for Northern Ireland. And of course, we say in this that we want collaboration with the UK Department of Trade to help realise the benefits. And I want to commend the Economy Minister genuinely for showing a commitment to growing the all-island economy as part of his economic vision, and for additional funding for Intertrade Ireland, which was deliberately left to wilt as the bit of a Cinderella of economic development agencies by some of his predecessors. But we will need much more than simply some extra funding from Intertrade Ireland, much more than aspiration. It needs a detailed work programme with agreed targets and, yes, bureaucratic structures for delivery and accountability. We believe in the SDLP that should logically start with an agreed working group comprised of the IDA, known as one of the world's most successful investment agencies, and InvestNI, reporting jointly to Ministers North and South. For too long, those agencies were encouraged, and this is on both sides of the border, to see one another narrowly and unhelpfully as competitors rather than partners. The protocol, yes, offers a specific benefit to goods moving from Northern Ireland, but its benefits can be felt all over the island of Ireland. To give an example, if a US or continental pharmaceutical company wished to avail of the protocol benefits of a location in the north, that need not deter investment in the south. Excuse me. Indeed, it may enhance the investment potential. Such a potential, Mr. Speaker, I'm choking on my words with excitement. It may enhance the investment potential of existing southern sites, given the potential for cross-border value chains. The recent review of InvestNI and the appointment of an IDA veteran as Chief Executive Officer offer the chance to turn a new chapter. Our motion also acknowledges, as I said, the importance of the East-West axis in making these opportunities work, whether it is resolving outstanding issues in terms of moving goods east to west, or ensuring that, unlike under the Tories, a new British government is willing to task its own Department of Business and Trade with properly helping to signpost and sell our dual market access. In early 2021, the SDLP wrote to the predecessor Department of International Trade, that's the UK Department, alongside the Irish Government and the EU Directorate General for Trade. At that time, we did not have a local minister who wanted to take the opportunity. If the rhetoric is to be believed, we do now. But we need to see a plan on paper with clear actions and timelines, and ideally it would be in a programme for government with a budget to match. Mr. Speaker, the protocol's economic opportunities are no panacea, but they are, finally, a unique opportunity to turn the dual nature of this complicated place into meaningful economic potential for our people. Let's not waste that chance, and I commend this opposition motion to the Assembly.
Today we discuss the significant opportunities and the challenges facing the north of Ireland in post-Brexit era. And as representatives committed to the prosperity and the well-being of all our people, it's essential that we recognise and seize this potential which lies ahead. Since Brexit, the North has found itself in a unique position. Our continued access to both the UK and the EU markets offers unparalleled trade benefits, and we've seen recent statistics which showcase that between the North and the Republic there's been a marked increase, with exports rising by over 40% in the last year alone. So this dual access has allowed our businesses to thrive in a way that's unmatched by other regions, ensuring that the North is an attractive hub for trade and for investment. And our priority must be to put economy and to put jobs first. With our strategic position and with the right policies, the North has the potential to become a dynamic, forward-thinking economy driven by innovation and trade. And we can create an environment that attracts global business, that fosters local entrepreneurship, and ensures high-quality, good jobs for our people. We must advocate for policies that support this vision and work tirelessly to create a thriving economic landscape. The economy of the North must be allowed to move forward on a stable and a secure footing to take advantage of this dual market access. And our economic and global potential arising from the dual market access has been significantly showcased around the world. Just this week in the Executive Office Committee, we heard from offices across the world on the opportunities that this has created and the interest which has now arisen in the north, which has been augmented. That has to be recognised and to be promoted, and dual market access affords the north the potential to bring good jobs, to bring prosperity to our businesses, our farmers, our families right across the north. So one of the most exciting prospects is the enhanced cooperation across Ireland. We have numerous examples of businesses operating seamlessly both north and south, exemplifying the spirit of cooperation and of mutual benefit. Companies like Verdif and Dairy are shining examples of this success. Verdif have leveraged the unique position to streamline operations, to enhance supply chain efficiency, and to access a broader market base, all while creating jobs and fostering economic growth in the northwest. So, don't just take it from me. Listen to the quotes from John McGreen, Head of Enterprise NI. Listen to Stephen Kelly from the Trade Forum, who've stated the benefits of dual market access cannot be overstated. It allows businesses to compete on a global stage, bringing prosperity and job creation. We must continue to support and to promote this unique position to maximise its potential. In conclusion, the North has a unique opportunity to redefine our economic future. By embracing all-Ireland cooperation, while simultaneously augmenting East-West relations, prioritising economic growth and leveraging our unique dual market access, we can create a prosperous and inclusive economy for all. We know that these relations are more important than ever, like they are with our offices in Brussels, and they have presented to us, as I said, this week, and the North-South bodies which we're able to access this information through, and the opportunities that we would now have, that we have to seize. Let us work together, North-South, East-West, to build a brighter future for the North and to be recognised as a beacon of innovation, of trade and of opportunity.
Deborah Erskine.
The DUP has been clear that arrangements to which Northern Ireland is currently subject to impact and undermine the integrity of the UK's internal market. However, the DUP were able to make gains. Building on the progress to date, the DUP will continue to fight to fully restore Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom, including removing the application of EU law in our country and the internal Irish sea border it creates. Continued barriers to trade between GB demonstrate that dual market access to both the UK and EU markets, in the broadest sense depicted by those bringing this motion, does not exist in the sense outlined. We must not pretend otherwise. Purchases by Northern Ireland businesses from GB were worth more than twice as much as those from the whole of the EU, including the Irish Republic in 2022. Moreover, GB remains the largest and most valuable market for the Northern Ireland economy, including external sales. Those trends must be reflected through trade, customs and regulatory arrangements to provide unfettered access for firms and consumers. What the SDLP, Sinn Féin and Alliance fail to realise is that internal barriers to trade between GB and NI have a direct and tangible impact on our competitiveness when firms look to market their goods outside of Northern Ireland, including the EU. Higher transport and logistic costs from GB for raw materials will lead to higher costs of production and in turn lead to higher product prices, which collectively makes breaking into new markets more challenging. Today's motion also talks about the potential benefits of so-called dual market access for attracting inward investment to Northern Ireland. What it fails to consider is the fact that if you are a global manufacturer considering investing in Northern Ireland's highly skilled workforce, barriers to sourcing key materials from one of the world's largest economies, GB, will have a chilling effect on whether a business chooses to invest or not. A competitive advantage at the point of sale is of little benefit if there is a competitive disadvantage elsewhere in the supply chain. We accept that there is a reference of easing the flow of trade between GB and NI in this motion, but it is at best superficial. There is no reference to a role for Intertrade UK, which will be key to promoting trade within and between our four nations. Creating working groups that focus solely on trade north-south rather than investment opportunities that encompass the whole of the UK limits what can be achieved for our businesses and communities. This motion envisages a role for the North-South Ministerial Council that frankly does not exist. Article 14b of the protocol says that the specialised committee will examine proposals concerning the implementation and application of this protocol from the North-South Ministerial Council and North-South implementation body set up under the 1998 agreement. It is unclear how the development of a new economic strategy for Northern Ireland recommended by this motion falls into the remit of implementation. Furthermore, why should the Republic's Foreign Direct Investment Association have any role in the development of Northern Ireland's trade and investment strategies? That should be a matter for the Executive, InvestNI and the Department for Business and Trade, promoting Northern Ireland's role in a truly global economy. We are firmly of the view that it does not require the application of large swathes of EU law in Northern Ireland to secure advantageous and mutually beneficial trading arrangements. Mutual recognition would see 5% of businesses in Northern Ireland who trade with the EU monitored by UK authorities to ensure they have complied with EU standards and regulations and paid any tariffs due. The EU would take the same responsibility for Irish businesses exporting into Northern Ireland. This approach was recklessly dismissed by the EU and Dublin. We will continue to make the case that the Trade and Cooperation Agreement review next year presents the opportunity to demonstrate that Northern Ireland should not be bound by EU law, which is not needed when mutual enforcement and recognition would and could work between the UK and EU. That will ensure any approach to affording businesses and consumers access to both the UK and EU markets respects the territorial integrity of the UK, the value of existing trade flows and constitutional position of Northern Ireland. Therefore, Mr Speaker, we will be voting against the motion as presented today.
Mr Speaker, the UK's decision to leave the European Union in 2016 was an enormous act of economic self-harm. Its destabilising impacts have been most acutely felt here in Northern Ireland, with borders and barriers being placed right back at the centre of our politics, and it has left in its wake a litany of unkept promises and unfulfilled commitments. That is no surprise to those of us on these benches, Mr Speaker, but what never fails to surprise me is the ability of the DUP to contort themselves and U-turn on this issue, and also their seemingly endless willingness to trust a Conservative Party which has thrown them under the bus at every cut and turn over the past 8 years. Nor is it lost on the public, Mr Speaker, that the DUP held the balance of power at Westminster during a critical juncture in the Brexit negotiations. They misrepresented Northern Ireland, who overwhelmingly voted to remain in the EU, voted down every possible alternative to the protocol, overplayed their hand, squandered their influence and walked us to the position in which we now find ourselves. Nor is the irony lost on anyone, Mr Speaker, that it is those who most avidly pursued the hardest possible Brexit that are now shedding crocodile tears at the inevitable consequences of their own actions. Since 2016, we have been engaged in an exercise of damage limitation. Alliance has consistently said there was no such thing as a good or sensible Brexit, and despite our opposition to both Brexit and the protocol which we voted against at Europe and at Westminster, we have continued to focus on pragmatic solutions to make leaving the EU as painless and low impact as possible for business and the people that we represent. But we can only deliver on those solutions if people are willing to actually acknowledge that Brexit is the original sin, which has caused increased friction and costs, rather than entertaining the fantasy that we can leave the EU and still maintain all of its benefits. So, whatever the deal, Mr Speaker, the fact remains that Northern Ireland requires special arrangements. And that's why Alliance's tests have remained protecting the Good Friday Agreement, upholding our dual market access and ensuring any agreement is legal and sustainable. There is no doubt that our dual market access creates huge economic opportunities for agriculture, for manufacturing and for pharmaceutical companies. Indeed, you only have to look to my own constituency in Upper Bann, where Almac, a highly regulated pharmaceutical manufacturer, is reaping the huge benefits of access to both markets. However, in order to fully maximise that benefit, we owe those businesses political certainty and stability, a commitment to upholding that dual market access and a commitment to working across these islands, including with the Irish Government, to market and promote the opportunities that exist on the international stage. And I welcome, Mr Speaker, the practical proposals that have been set out in the motion, and I know my colleague David Honeyford is going to speak in more detail about our own proposals in terms of how we could better leverage that dual market access. Dual market access, however, Mr Speaker, must not be the ceiling on our ambition, because it is also true to say that dual market access applies only to goods and not services, and that some friction does exist in a number of areas. We need a focus from the next UK Government to resolve outstanding issues such as those that exist in relation to dental amalgam and veterinary medicines through comprehensive and bespoke agreements. But Alliance would go further still, Mr Speaker. Our ambition is to return not only to the single market and the customs union, but to be back in the European Union where we belong, cooperating and collaborating with our European neighbours on the big economic and environmental challenges, restoring opportunities for our young people and reversing the huge economic damage which has been caused. And I will give way to the member, and I can predict what he's going to ask me, Mr Speaker.
Genuine curiosity, I remember giving way. Given it appears vanishingly, sadly from my view, in a previous life I tried very hard to keep the UK in the EU. It appears vanishing unlikely the UK is going to rejoin the EU. Are there any other routes that he can think of, and would he like to endorse them here today about how Northern Ireland could rejoin the EU? I can't.
Well, Mr Speaker, there are two routes back into the European Union, but I actually don't share the member's analysis that the UK returning to the EU is unlikely. I think if you look at opinion polling, the UK public's opinion on the impact of Brexit, given the fact that the decision to leave the EU came about as a result of a referendum that was tainted by lies and dark money, and given that people are feeling the impact of Brexit on their pocket, I think a number of people in the UK, a huge number of people in the UK, are actually reconsidering the decision that was taken. So I will continue to argue and persuade counterparts in Westminster that we should be returning to the EU, and I wouldn't be surprised actually if that's sooner than the member thinks.
Call Steve Aiken.
Mr Speaker, and may I say that the Ulster Unionist Party will be supporting this motion as we come through. The issue is about dual market access, but we have to consider it in its wider condition and what's going on. It's a juxtaposition that we're at the moment. We're now potentially looking at a new United Kingdom government that is already, if it is to be Labour, is already seeking to look at a new approach to Europe. For many of us who've spent a lot of time in Brussels and spent a lot of time talking to our European friends, both in Brussels and Dublin and other capital cities across Europe, there is very much a feeling that they wish the United Kingdom to be much more closely associated with Europe. The reasons for that are very clear. We have a war in Europe right now, and the indications are that it's going to get significantly worse. And for all the challenges that are meeting everybody across Europe at the moment, it's vital that the United Kingdom is part of that, whether it's by providing our security or it's by providing our strengths in research and development, its strengths in our industrial capacity, our strengths in manufacturing, which Northern Ireland is very much a key part of. And yes, there are very many advantages for Northern Ireland to have this dual market access. And I do note the need to work more closely across this island and across these islands and across Europe to make this happen. I thank the member for bringing out the issue of Intertrade UK and the importance of having the East-West links, because that is also vital. Because if Northern Ireland is properly going to fulfil its role, it is going to need to have those linkages just as strong with the rest of our nation as they are with the European Union. And those will need to be made to work. Mr Speaker, I need to talk briefly, and I make a declaration here as a member of the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee. One of the things we in this chamber need to do is to make sure that any rules and regulations that are coming from the European Union are fit for purpose. And one of the things that we have to do as a committee is we have to take our responsibilities seriously and actually scrutinise these rules and regulations, and if there is some of these rules and regulations that are going to undermine significantly this dual market access by distorting the market, it is our duty to do something about this. Regrettably, Mr Speaker, as I've already mentioned in my member's statements, the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee is not being particularly democratic. It's definitely not doing a lot of scrutiny, and I can assure you it's not acting very well as a committee. That needs to change. If we are to be in a position where we can actually support Northern Ireland businesses get the most out of this dual market access, we have to remove whatever tinted glasses we have and look at these issues critically. And when we look at these issues critically, we need to put the interests of Northern Ireland first. And there are very many issues that need to be dealt with and need to be dealt with effectively. But to the wider relationship, I think as we move into a new period, hopefully post the 5th of July, we will be in a situation where, as the United Kingdom moves closer towards the European Union, particularly in the areas of SBS, issues with particularly sort of in life sciences, pharmaceuticals, research and development, and indeed some of services, I think Northern Ireland needs to remain agile and effective enough to be able to get whatever it needs that it has to be able to get to our position where we're going to be able to make proper use of this dual market access. And I'm glad to see the ministers here, because one of the things we have to ask the question is, invest NI fit for purpose? And I think anybody who is talking to industry and businesses across Northern Ireland, there is a universal theme that Invest NI is not fit for purpose. And we need to invest properly in Invest NI so that it's capable of doing its most effective role. And if that means improving relationships and getting much better with working with sort of the UK Trade and Investment and other companies as well, or other groups, as well as the likes of the IDA, I think it's important we should do that. But we should also be very cautious, because having worked many times with the IDA in the past, I can assure you that their interests aren't for Northern Ireland, they're for the Irish Republic. So we need to have in Invest NI an organisation that is match fit enough to be able to deal with that across the board. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker.
Call David Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently wrote an Alliance Party opinion piece which published in the Irish News, which laid out Alliance's position and working to rebalance the economy across this island and within these islands. And it referenced collaboration between Invest NI and the IDA. And so I thank the SDLP for bringing forward a lot of what I've previously said. Sinead McLaughlin and myself, as with the DUP and Sinn Féin members of the Economy Committee, are often very much on the same page, and I look forward to continuing those close working relationships as we look to grow and better our local economy. It is so positive when we speak collectively on these issues, but I have to say it's absolutely disappointing that there must be an election on the go or something, that we have the DUP's position today. But the public see through that and will expect back to normal and back after recess to having a working collaboration between everybody to better this place. I entitled the platform piece that I wrote, it's "The Economy Stupid?", which was the famous catchphrase from the '92 presidential election, and the question was change or more of the same. As our economic performance remains stubbornly well behind the rest of the UK and absolutely miles behind the South, change is the only option that we have in Northern Ireland. More of the same just is no longer sustainable. Yeah, sure.
I will be brief. Thanks for giving way. He is right to say that we are obviously one of the worst performers in these islands historically for generations now. But isn't it also the case that since the protocol came into effect, we have actually outperformed most other UK regions, which would indicate that our preferential trading arrangements are doing some economic good for this region?
Absolutely. So I welcome the intervention, and actually a lot of what was said from the DUP benches is actually on completely not with reality. Business has been leading change in this, and economic trade across the GB has actually increased. Off the top of my head, I can't remember the figure, but it is in tens of percents. It's not a little amount. So the trade and the trade deficit is increasing, and our growth is rising, and that is to be welcomed. But change is the only option we have. It's unsustainable that our economy has been in deficit since the 1930s and remains heavily reliant on the public sector. Our population is suffering under a resultant squeeze, and this has been brought into sharp focus with the Treasury's below funding of Northern Ireland. We can no longer afford to view our economy as a side issue. Our economy is absolutely central to creating the future that we all want to see, and this affects job opportunities, it affects the level of salaries on our public, it affects the amount of money they have in their pocket at the end of a week. It's our mortgage payments, our cost of rent, it's our energy costs, it's the cost of fuel in our cars and the cost to heat our homes. Our economic success is also central to improving our public sector services. So to reform them and to improve them, and that we don't at times help ourselves not getting on with transformation in some of the larger departments. But I've said several times in this chamber, Alliance welcomes dual market access for goods, but ultimately this is second best to what we had as a full member of the EU, and Alliance regret that we don't have the full benefits of EU membership, which include freedom of services, capital and movement of people, and we want, as a pro-European party, to be back into the EU. I have also said several times that we must get on moving on with dual market access. We must maximise the opportunity and help to use it to turn our economy around. There is no point having an opportunity yet sitting back and looking at it, or even worse, continuing to walk up a cul-de-sac and argue about the past. We just need to get on with it and stop wasting time. As with many strategies that come through this House, it can be mistakenly seen that the strategy or the agreement is the end goal rather than the starting point. We need to get off the starting line and aim for a future that we want to see. It's time to increase our efforts. It's time to increase our focus and strive for better. An Alliance aspires to enhance North-South economic cooperation, bringing shared economic opportunity across the island of Ireland, alongside continuing to support our trade with GB, which remains our largest trading partner. Our business community is already leading this economic change. Alliance has previously put forward proposals to help focus and grow our foreign direct investment, that Invest and I should be working in partnership and they should be working together with the IDA. The focus should be on attracting investment north of the border and not trying to compete with the IDA, marketing ourselves to the world, much like we already do within tourism, selling the benefits invested in the north, and prioritise working together to deliver jobs, increase our standard of living, increase the investment here, and ultimately raising our GDP. This motion doesn't mention infrastructure, but it is also essential to help drive our economic growth. Alliance believe we need to better connect north and south for the mutual benefit of every one of us. Focus on collaboration and connectivity that would include fast railways, include the A1 and A5 road upgrades, connectivity with upgrading road and rail connections to our international airport to help deliver more passenger numbers and help attract new European, American and international connections. All of this would help reposition and focus our economic growth towards the north. If we are to fully exploit dual market access, it is essential that we focus on delivery and focus on it now. It requires more than words, it needs actions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Jim Allister.
Mr. Speaker, I will vote against this motion, fundamentally because it embraces the most anti-democratic concept available in a democracy, that a people of part of the United Kingdom should be disenfranchised from controlling and legislating for the laws that govern much of their economy. I've already made the point, I'll make it again. To be a member of the EU single market, which sadly we are, you have to subjugate your own sovereignty to that of the EU. In the case of Northern Ireland, that means that to enjoy what's misnomered the benefits of the single market, we have to subject ourselves to 300 areas of law that we don't make and can't change. EU laws, foreign laws. And what this motion does, it embraces that anti-democratic concept of disenfranchising the people of this part of the United Kingdom by making them colonial slaves to a foreign jurisdiction. Yes, I'll give way.
The member for giving way. The member talks about the democratic deficit as he sees it, but surely he recognises that a majority of people in Northern Ireland voted for parties who want those special arrangements, and therefore there is democratic support for the current arrangement.
The mission to educate the member will never cease. And I remind him again that the United Kingdom voted to leave. It was a single vote for a single nation. And sadly, we in Northern Ireland didn't get Brexit. We got left behind, hence the source of the problem. But those who are the Europhiles of this House are very keen to talk when it suits about their democratic credentials, but when it comes to this subject, stony silence. They don't want to defend the right of their electorate to pass the laws that govern them. And that is the fundamental Achilles heel of the entire concept of the EU single market as far as we are concerned. And as for this dual access being the panacea, where is it? Mr. Kennedy, the US envoy, told us about the great, wonderful avalanche of companies that were just waiting to come. Where are they? The truth is that it's our services industry which has expanded, not our manufacturing industry. And the irony is, services are not covered by the protocol. They remain within the United Kingdom context. So the very proof of the pudding is in the eating. Being in the EU single market is not benefiting the economy of Northern Ireland, but instead it is fettering our relationship with our biggest partner. Hence the fundamental assault upon our economic prosperity that this access to the dual market brings. But above all, it returns to that fundamental question: is it right, can it be proper that a people are governed by laws they don't make and can't change? My answer to that is it can never be right in that regard. And it didn't have to be like this. There was an obvious answer. The obvious answer was one which actually emanated from some of those who worked for the EU. Sir Jonathan Fall, Professor Weiler, Professor Sarmento, all suggested the answer to the Irish border problem was mutual recognition. And so it was. But the Irish government, in their political pursuit of unifying the island of Ireland through the protocol, rejected what is the basis of international trade elsewhere. That if you want to make goods which are destined for a foreign market, you make them to the standards of that foreign market, and vice versa, and you mutually enforce each other's laws. That is the fundamental element of international trade. We don't need a protocol. We don't need that which is encumbering our economy. What we needed was what exists elsewhere: mutual enforcement of each other's laws on the goods. Instead, we have put a partitioning border in the Irish Sea. We have created, and are now spending £192 million building border posts to enforce that which is wholly unnecessary when it comes to securing trade between and within two independent sovereign entities, such as the EU is and such as the United Kingdom should be. So this is a motion which is laced with its political ambition, of course, of dismantling the Union, and the protocol is the greatest aid to that imaginable. And that is why it is couched in the terms that it is. I want to say a quick word. I welcome the fact that the DUP has found reverse gear from safeguarding the Union when they were embracing the idea of dual market access. Now tell us they want rid of EU law. Good, because you can't have dual market access. You can't be in the EU single market if you're subject to EU law. So the volte-face of Gavin Robinson is welcome. Pity he was one of those who told us, of course, the lies that the Irish Sea border was gone, and therefore lost the trust, as his party did, of those who are of unionist persuasion. Thank you.
Call the Minister for the Economy, Conor Murphy.
Myself, yep. Sorry about that, can't call it. Well, thank you for the laying of the motion, and I welcome the opportunity to speak in relation to it. I assure the proposer of the motion that the detail that he has outlined will be responded with detail
and it is not merely rhetoric that I'm deploying in this issue. But there were a number of speakers who contributed to the debate, and I thank them for that, for their contributions. The certainty in trading arrangements delivered by the Windsor Framework provides us with a unique set of trading arrangements and offers unique opportunities for the North, both in terms of inward investment and trade growth. It positions our region as a unique gateway for the sale of goods to two of the world's largest markets, Britain and the EU. And the dual market access means that we are the only location where business can export goods to both British and EU markets, free from customs declarations, rules of origin certificates and non-tariff barriers. Businesses based here can use EU inputs in their products without having to import them, enhancing the benefits for companies serving the British market. This is a unique proposition for businesses here, and as well as those seeking pivotal location from which to service British and EU markets, recalibrate supply chains, or design, develop and sell products across key industries. These include life and health sciences, aerospace, electronics and machinery, chemicals, consumer and agri-food goods. These benefits afforded by dual market access further enhance our already strong position as a prime location to establish or grow a business primarily based on the skills of our people. The trade and investment opportunities available through our dual market access position of supporting more businesses to export and attracting inward investment will be a key catalyst in achieving our economic plan of a highly productive, zero-carbon, regionally balanced economy with good jobs. Indeed, exporting is a key driver to productivity growth, and whilst the North performs favourably on a number of our businesses which sell outside of the local market, there is significant potential to increase the value of our external sales. Our unique position, having access to both the EU single market and the British market, provides us with the conditions to grow our external sales at scale. This access and the appeal it provides to foreign firms to invest and do business here is something we can use to our advantage in pursuit of attracting high-quality, highly productive inward investment, which will benefit all parts of the North. My department and its partner agencies are working closely together to understand how best to maximise the opportunities dual market access provides and how best to support businesses to take advantage of these. The department has undertaken analysis and published information that uses regulatory indices developed by UK Trade Policy Observatory to help businesses better understand the post-EU exit regulatory environment within individual sectors. This work will assist businesses to better understand the types of products and sectors where dual market access opportunities could be exploited. We have also worked with Queen's University to publish information that helps businesses to understand the complexity of the regulatory landscape in the North. To build upon this work, my department and InvestNI organised the first co-design workshop with a range of local business representatives. Output of the co-design session with businesses is a forward plan of activity in addition to current InvestNI activities, including the establishment of a dedicated team within InvestNI to maximise dual market access opportunities, which will work in collaboration with colleagues in the Department for Enterprise, Department for Economy, Intertrade Ireland and relevant partners in Britain. A programme of engagement with businesses across the North to support them to maximise opportunities and to navigate current trading arrangements. The schedule of quarterly engagement with business representative organisations to continue the process of co-design. My department has brought together key providers of export support and advice through the Export Forum. This will help ensure providers are joined up and working seamlessly together, delivering effective advice and services to our businesses, supporting them to expand into external markets. Our unique dual market access adds to the proposition, which makes the North an attractive place to invest, and work is well underway by InvestNI to ramp up the awareness and promotion of our dual market access proposition in key markets. InvestNI has expanded its on-the-ground resources across key EU markets to identify and maximise opportunities for businesses across the North and to promote the continued ease of sourcing goods from the region for buyers and our unique market access arrangements for investors. InvestNI have been promoting the advantage of dual market access in its discussions with buyers and investors and will supplement this with a campaign utilising social media, online, in-person events and awareness raising at trade events. They have developed and are implementing a programme of trade visits and services to promote opportunities for local firms. Further work is to be done with EU member states to highlight the fact that, unlike Britain, Brexit has not introduced any barriers to importing from the North. However, disrupting long-established arrangements does not come without difficulties, and I am aware that some businesses are experiencing issues, for example, with supply chains or delivery of their goods. Indeed, I am aware of a business in my own constituency who is experiencing issues with sending orders to the EU and receivers experiencing customer charges. My officials and I will continue to raise these issues on behalf of businesses with the British and EU government officials, where we will continue to seek practical and pragmatic resolutions. Article 14, and specifically Article 14b of the Windsor Framework, provides for the North-South Ministerial Council to raise issues to the Specialised Committee on the implementation of the protocol where there are perceived problems with All-Ireland trade. This could represent a useful mechanism to raise issues directly with decision makers on both the British and EU sides. If appropriate and in consultation with the North-South Ministerial Council, I would be willing to explore the use of this existing mechanism. To support the sustainable growth of our economy needs, we will need to continue to work in collaboration with both the British and Irish governments on areas of shared opportunities and challenges. Indeed, as Britain and Ireland represent our two largest markets which businesses here sell to, it's clearly in our economic interest to collaborate in order to maximise the opportunities associated with dual market access, growing our trade on a north-south and east-west basis. Collaboration will also be key to unlocking the tremendous potential that the all-island economy possesses. The Windsor Framework arrangements and our access to the EU single market for goods has protected the thriving all-Ireland economy, and it's important to build on this for the benefit of all of our people. The value of the all-Ireland economy and cross-border trade to growing our exports will be important to achieving economic development. Sales to the south of Ireland grew by 1 billion or 18% in 2022. The total value of these sales is now 6.4 billion. I want to see us make the most of our dual market access opportunities to support more businesses to export, and cross-border trade is for many the first step in developing that capacity. Indeed, research shows that businesses who trace cross-border are more successful, resilient and profitable. Businesses that operate cross-border continue to benefit from the degree of mobility within the labour market that the Common Travel Area provides, which has been unaffected by the Windsor Framework. The work of Intertrade Ireland has been instrumental in growing the all-Ireland economy. When it first opened its doors in 1999, cross-border trade was valued at €2 billion. The potential of the all-Ireland market has not yet been fully realised, and today it is now at an all-time high valued at €12 billion. Intertrade, in its role as the only all-Ireland trade development agency, has done a lot of foundational work in bringing agencies together through collaboration. This includes Intertrade Ireland, Invest NI, Enterprise Ireland, the Department of the Economy and the Department for Enterprise, Trade and Employment. Over the past 2 years, this has been positively influenced by the commitment of shared island funding for the Enterprise scheme, valued at €30 million. The investment of this over the next 3 to 4 years will allow the economic development agencies on the island to work together to enhance collaboration, develop shared programmes and support businesses north and south. This represents the first time that all 3 economic development agencies across the island will work together to deliver such an initiative. And this will be a boost to the whole island and the border region, particularly addressing ingrained disadvantage, increase in economic inclusion and innovation growth. The Government in Dublin recognises, as do I, the importance of growing and sustaining the strong economic ties across the island, which will be key to our economic growth and our shared future. By cooperating on shared challenges and the opportunities we face, we will be able to better realise the potential of the all-Ireland economy. Cooperation is already occurring on areas such as tourism, with the award of €7.6 million by the Irish Government through the Shared Island Programme for a programme of work on a tourism project to run from 2023 to 2025. This project will develop a new All-Ireland tourism brand, collaboration and marketing initiative to be administered by tourism agencies on a cross-border basis. And we must also pursue other areas on an all-Ireland basis, for example in terms of the net zero agenda.
I recall that one of the boasts of safeguarding the Union Command paper, the DUP's deal, was that there would be legislative action taken in respect of the duty to cooperate north-south. Has the Minister seen any sign of that?
Well, we continue to develop the outworking of all of that, and I can assure him that, as well as the organic growth, which has already been very significant in north to south and south to north, that we will continue to provide whatever support we can in that regard. If that requires legislative action, then that certainly will be something that we will look at. But certainly, my sense is that some of the rhetoric in the command paper was more about reassurance to people than actually providing any significant impetus. The foolishness of trying to put barriers in something which has been organically very successful over the last 10 years and benefited local businesses from all areas and communities across the north, to me, is nonsensical. Just to continue, Concordia, pursuing a circular economy will require all-island collaboration and increased resource efficiency, foster innovation through clusters and networks, and reduce waste, stimulate secondary materials and strengthen supply chains. On trade, following discussions between my department and the Department for Enterprise, Trade and Employment, the first joint international trade mission will take place later this year. This mission will be delivered in partnership between InvestNI, Enterprise Ireland and the IDA in respect of jointly growing the economy on the island. These organisations will support a joint delegation of FinTech, EduTech, related technology companies from across the island with a view to increasing export sales. Building on this cooperation, InvestNI will also look to identify potential opportunities for further and more systemic collaboration with Enterprise Ireland, IDA Ireland and other organisations. I will also continue to work with the British Government through the East-West structure set up recently and the new Intertrade UK body. Although to date we have had no clarification from the British Government on the structure, role or responsibilities of Intertrade UK. Dual market access provides the North with a unique selling point, and we must leverage this position in order to grow both our exports and trade and to attract investment. Just to turn to some of the points that were raised, I hope in terms of the motion itself, I've addressed the detail of what the proposer of the motion was seeking, and I assure him that we continue to work on those issues. The DUP had complained about the internal trade barriers, and what was argued was our denial that these barriers existed. I think in terms of the whole Brexit debate, most of us were on the other side of thinking Brexit was a bad idea, argued precisely the point that introducing trade barriers would affect trade right across and disrupt trade, and that's essentially what has happened as a consequence of Brexit. The protocol is, I suppose, something to mitigate against the worst impacts of Brexit. But the other issue of mutual recognition, and it was also promoted by Jim Allister in his contribution, has been consistently, mutual recognition of standards has been consistently rejected by both the UK and the EU. It's unlikely it will become an answer to the Brexit issue in the near future, so the Windsor Framework remains the only viable option to secure free flow of trade between north, south and east and west. Steve Aiken, in his contribution, questioned the fitness of InvestNI, and of course it has been through a very significant review and continues the outworking of that, and will have the support of the department in getting to that space, and there's been very significant changes there and will continue to be significant changes within InvestNI. I'm sure he is reassured, though, in terms of his references to the IDA, that the new Chief Executive has experience of working in the IDA and will bring that experience to his job in relation to InvestNI. So, Concord, I think I'm coming to the end of my own contribution. I'd just like to thank again the proposers and those who contributed to the discussion. I think we need, as a consequence of being given something of relief in relation to the whole Brexit debacle, that we need to continue to get on with making the best advantage of that. We have already begun that work. I think the response of businesses to that has been evident over the last period of time, and we will continue to do that work both in terms of our own businesses but also in terms of the possibility of attracting investment from other countries.
I call Matthew O'Toole to wind.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to be able to wind on today's debate, which was fulsome and constructive, and many interesting points were raised. It is important to say that, before I come into my substantive remarks, it's important to say that it was in taking advantage of dual market access, there is no detriment to anyone's constitutional perspective. That is important. Believing in dual market access, supporting the potential for dual market access, does not encumber or get in the way of anyone's constitutional aspiration, despite what Mr. Allister and indeed others would say. And I'll come on to some other remarks. But yeah, I will give way briefly to Mr. Allister.
interfere with one's constitutional integrity if you move from a situation of being governed by laws made within your own country and you elect representatives to make those laws to a situation where you subject yourselves to foreign laws over which you have no control? How could that not be a huge constitutional and democratic deficit?
If you believe in the perfect fetish of sovereignty at all costs in every, and that's the thing that you focus on exclusively, and you think that's how you define identity and citizenship, then I accept that for I do, but I also have accepted and acknowledged that for many unionists the protocol has presented difficulties. I would also acknowledge, it would be nice if the member would acknowledge that for many of us, Brexit itself presented profound challenges to how we see ourselves as Europeans, and for many of us who believe deeply in an open border on this island, it was profoundly offensive. So he constantly pushes this idea of constitutional perfection. We don't have constitutional perfection here because we're a complicated place. I believe in a new Ireland without a border on it. He doesn't. I respect his position. I would appreciate if he would respect that many of us are offended by the very fact of Brexit itself. But I want to move on and make some remarks in relation to the broader debate that we have had. Our motion was long, and we made the clerk read out an entirely long motion because we wanted it to be a detailed motion, because we wanted it to be specific, and we wanted it to have multiple different aspects to it and clauses. Now, what does that mean? It means that the motion offers real opportunity not just for maximising our dual market access, but to create a substantive plan for the dual market access, how we leverage it, how we benefit from it. So I want to come on and reflect on a couple of the comments that were made. I welcome the fact that Mr Delargy did acknowledge that this was a unique opportunity for the North. I'm going to touch on some of what Deborah Erskine said. She's coming back into the chamber now with perfect timing. Deborah Erskine said that the UK internal market was important and that our motion did not reflect that. Au contraire, it literally says that the movement of goods from east to west is critically important. It also says that the UK government will have a role in terms of dual market access and maximising the benefits. We couldn't. That simply is an unfair reflection of what our motion says. She also said that Article 14 has nothing to do with benefits from the protocol. I don't think that's true either. I don't think there's any fair reading of what Article 14 of the protocol says that does not suggest that it could not have the rule that we outline. And it does answer, by the way, some of the points that are made repeatedly about lack of democratic input are answered specifically and were designed to be answered by Article 14 of the protocol, which offers a role for the North-South Ministerial Council, which is democratically accountable to members in this chamber. So I'm afraid that just doesn't stand. She talked about mutual recognition. As has been said previously by the Minister, mutual recognition has, with the greatest possible respect, been virtually laughed out of court by any serious economist or trade specialist, particularly in relation to the island of Ireland, which has very, very specific needs and requirements. It's important to say Ms Erskine represents Fermanagh South Tyrone border constituency. There are literally cattle that graze in County Monaghan and County Fermanagh. That's not an unusual thing, as she will be aware. There are cross-border farms, and of course things like our dairy industry are entirely cross-border. So we can't simply pretend that we are this is the two jurisdictions on the island of Ireland. Whether you believe in constitutional change or not, we can't pretend that these are two jurisdictions on the other side of the world. They aren't. Owen Tennyson pointed to the example of Almac, which is a striking example of a regulated company, as he said, and it is the case that companies that operate in highly regulated environments, including pharmaceuticals, are exactly the kind of companies that are well placed to benefit from the protocol because they have substantive regulatory operations and they themselves want the political and regulatory certainty that comes from our protocol arrangements. But he's also right when he says that political certainty and some stability here is critical to us being able to leverage that investment. I welcome actually very strongly the input of Steve Aiken, who acknowledged that there was a degree of balance in our motion. I think it's also important to acknowledge that where Steve Aiken said that for a significant period of time the IDA had been strikingly focused on the needs of the Republic, I wouldn't dispute that at all. In fact, I think I said that in my opening remarks. It is the case that the IDA and InvestNI have operated as competitors and rivals. Clearly, that doesn't have to be the case. Clearly, there is the potential for partnership, and our motion is all about delivering that on that sense of partnership. There were a number of other inputs that came from members. David Honeyford talked about the benefits. He outlined the Alliance Party's position. I would reassure him that the SDLP has been talking about this for some time too, but I'm glad that we're on the same page, and it is important that parties can collaborate on these matters. I do just want to touch very briefly, since it came up on a couple of occasions with my dear colleagues to my right, the point about us rejoining the EU. I do not think, and I'm someone who worked in Whitehall for years and worked there in the middle of the Brexit years, and that is in large part why I'm here now. I think for the foreseeable future, it is strikingly, if not vanishingly unlikely, that the UK will rejoin the EU. I would genuinely wish it were otherwise for a whole range of reasons, including personal ones. I don't think it's very likely, in part because the trade-offs that would have to be made are significant. It would require an enormous amount of political courage and political bandwidth for that to happen. I think the truth is, if people are honest with themselves, that the only meaningful way back into the EU, it's not what today's debate is about, to be clear, the only meaningful way back into the EU is constitutional change on this island and a new Ireland. That's my position, and I recognise that others may differ from it, but I think it's the only realistic one. But that, to be clear, is not what this motion is about. This motion is not about the Constitution. This motion is about our current constitutional position and maximising the benefits that we have and can see from dual market access. As I said in my remarks, we are a complicated place. We are a dual place in many ways. The dual market access reflects that dualism, and it reflects the fact that we face both ways. We face both ways politically, culturally, in terms of allegiance. Why not derive an economic benefit from it? So I welcome the fact that the Minister is appraised and is supportive of the broad principles in this, and I acknowledge we've sought to be constructive in opposition the whole way through our time here. I acknowledge that the Minister is engaged on the all-island economy and has committed significant time to that cross-border work. He will recognise that we will want to hold him to his word on some of this stuff and keep corresponding with him in terms of implementation of the specifics of this motion, because it does call for a specific action plan to be provided to the Assembly later this year. In some form, we would like to see the Minister provide that, and we will be asking him for it. But let me be clear, I welcome the intent on his behalf, and we look forward to it being implemented through action. I also specifically want to point out to people that the use of Article 14 and using the NSMC to make representations is not prioritising the NSMC over any other body. Any other body that exists, either under the Windsor framework or even more informally, is welcome. I would like to see those of us in this chamber have observer status in the EU Parliament and be able to make representations. I recognise that will not be, I can see some eyebrows raised across the chamber, I recognise that will not be universally popular, but I'm up for any opportunity which allows us to input into how the protocol works and to improve our input and to ultimately maximise those economic benefits, because those economic benefits are real. We are enjoying them already. Think how great they could be with political stability here and proper buy-in. That does not compromise or undermine anyone's constitutional position. Quite the opposite, in my view. So I commend today's first opposition day motion to the Assembly. I thank everybody for constructive contributions, and I very much hope that this will pass. Thank you.
The question is that the motion stand in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. No. Aye. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order. Members resume their seats. The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. Do we have tellers? Order, order. Tellers have been appointed as swallows. Tellers to the ayes are Colin McGrath and Mark Durkin. Tellers to the noes are David Brooks and Harry Harvey. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Yours. Order. Order. Members will resume their seats. Clerk, read the result.
70 members voted, 50 members voted aye, 20 members voted no. The motion is carried.
Motion is carried. Unfasten the doors. We now move to the next item of business, and if members will take their ease while we change the table.
Order, members. The next item on the order paper is an opposition motion on cross-border healthcare in Northern Ireland. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That this Assembly acknowledges the daunting challenges facing our health service, laments that Northern Ireland has fallen behind the Republic of Ireland and the rest of these isles on several healthcare outcomes, understands that a solution to our healthcare challenges will not come solely through increased funding, but also through reform of our services, recognises that a key element of this will be further collaboration with the healthcare service in the Republic of Ireland, acknowledges that certain bespoke specialist services, in particular perinatal and paediatric post-mortem services, which are currently not available in Northern Ireland, could be delivered more efficiently and compassionately on an all-island basis, calls on the Minister of Health to work with the Irish Minister for Health to identify how the two jurisdictions can work together to reduce waiting lists, harmonise healthcare pay rates and deliver bespoke specialist services on an all-Ireland basis.
Thank you. I call on Colm McGrath to move the motion on behalf of the opposition.
Moved.
Thank you, Colm. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Colm, please open the debate on the motion.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to open this debate today on cross-border healthcare. And in bringing forward this motion, the SDLP does so with the public firmly in our minds. We are very much an ageing population, and I'm feeling that certainly myself as the years go by. But as such, our reliance on our health system will only increase over time, whether that be one-off visits of those or those that require more sustained and repeated care. At the heart of today's debate are two words which I think sum up what our approach to healthcare on an all-island basis should be, and they are efficient and compassionate. At the outset, I want to know that in approaching today's debate, whilst we are discussing the ability of people here to avail of healthcare in the South, this in no way diminishes any individual sense of national identity. For those who are here that are British, I don't think that receiving healthcare in Dublin will make you any less so. There is nothing new about cross-border healthcare. The provision of such healthcare has been a key element of the European Union for many years. And as a result of our exit from the EU, many from here who would have been able to avail of care in the South through cross-border healthcare were worried about what the future of that provision might be. Now, as one that does not support Brexit, our party was committed to ensuring that we minimised the adverse impact that Brexit threatened. Therefore, we were concerned about the loss of the Cross-Border Healthcare Directive in 2020. Just to set that in context, between 2019 and its closure, there was well in excess of 3,000 reimbursement claims for Cross-Border Healthcare Directive at a cost of just over £15 million. The former Minister of Health, Robin Swan, then introduced... yes, of course.
Thank you to the member for taking an intervention. I'm always astounded that people put so much emphasis on the cross-border healthcare. Would the member agree that there's an inherent inequity within this, in that people who want to avail of this service have to provide the money up front before they can claim it all back, and even then may not be able to claim all of it back? I think that is an inequality in the whole setup, and I would like to hear the member's views on that.
I don't disagree with what the member says, but of course the greatest inequity is that we have people that aren't getting their health care, and actually people are being forced to use their savings to be able to bring that up front. I would like to see a system whereby they don't have to claim it back. It could be approved and they could actually go and get that treatment without having to make any payment, because then that inequity will be removed from it. But the bottom line is, if we didn't have that system in place, then none of them would be getting any treatment and getting any relief from those symptoms of those illnesses that some of them have been living with for a long time. And I'll go on to mention just again the numbers that have been able to be alleviated from their pain, because there was also the Republic of Ireland reimbursement scheme, which was introduced by Minister Swan. And between its introduction and closure, there were over 3,500 reimbursement claims at a cost of just over £21 million. And of course, if people didn't have that system to invest in, they might end up going privately. If they go privately, they get nothing back. And at least this way, those that have the money can pay for it and get the service and claim it back, and that takes pressure off the system, which will help others to avail of the system. But it's an imperfect system because it's addressing a problem that should be resolved in a different way. But if we think of those 6,500 people, their lives have been supported and improved through our capacity and willingness to work with our colleagues in the South. And that's whether they needed that new hip or cataracts removed or scans, cardiac surgery, a whole range of interventions. Yet all of these conditions could be addressed through our willingness to work together through a scheme that could cost a fraction of our healthcare budget. I personally think that it's an efficient use of our healthcare funding, and you cannot put a price on the impact of those operations. If those people didn't have them, the impact that would have on their quality of life would be enormous. It should also be noted that the second scheme that I've referenced was delivered by a unionist health minister, and I think it is an important point to make, as it recognises our ability to be able to reach beyond ourselves and deliver positive outcomes for all members of the public, regardless of what our own views are or your constitutional aspirations. And that must surely be the sort of vision that we need to look for within our government to work together. But imagine had we been without ministers at the time of making those decisions. I am not so sure that these schemes would have been introduced. And I think that there would have just been more uncertainty, and it underscores the importance of this institution being up and running and functioning so that ministers can take the decisions that are required to be taken in order to be able to provide services for the community. If we could see such a short-term scheme delivered, which delivered positive outcomes for the public, then our capacity for further joint health working with colleagues in the South is something that each of us could give consideration to, because those of us on the Health Committee and beyond know the full range of problems that there are within our health sector. There are many of the different segments of the health service where they are clogged up with long waiting lists and people not getting the outcomes that they need to get. These services could provide care to women and families in some of the most emotionally charged and heartbreaking situations, and that's in reference to the specific perinatal and paediatric post-mortem services in which we do not provide. As a result of the absence of the paediatric post-mortem services here, many women and families are having to access this service in England, as we can still not get access to the service in the South. And while it must be said that this is a service that puts care and compassion at its heart, I cannot help but think if we were able to provide the services on the island, that it would be something that would be worth exploring. The need for cross-border working is something that we must give credence to, with the increasing reach of sláinte care in the South as well. This reform of services is not only delivering positive health outcomes in the South, but it is also quickly becoming an attraction for healthcare staff from the North. And to set this into context, a primary care doctor in the North could potentially earn around £75,000. In the South, an average of €130,000, which would equate to over £100,000. Think of what could be achieved in some areas if we were to commence cross-border working to help deliver some elements of primary care as well. Meanwhile, for the purpose of context, in the last 5 years, we have spent well in excess of £11 million on GP locum cover alone. So as we commence this debate, I look forward to hearing members' contributions and hope for a willingness for some imaginative thinking to deliver on the positive health outcomes for all members of the public. And I hope that members from across the House will support our motion today, remembering that our motion has efficiency and, most importantly, compassion at its core. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I call Liz Kimmins.
And I thank the member for bringing this really important motion to the House today. And I think it's no secret that Sinn Féin's vision for the future of healthcare is one that encapsulates an all-island health service, because it makes sense.
Yesterday we had our motion, which was supported by all parties, in terms of all-island cancer research, and in that discussion I don't think anybody would dispute that that makes sense and it is the way we need to go. The proposer has mentioned the importance of cross-border healthcare or all-island healthcare in reducing the colossal waiting lists that are existing in our health system at the minute, with people's conditions getting continually worse as they languish on waiting lists for not weeks, not months, but years. So we have to think outside the box in relation to this. And that is collaborating with our colleagues right across this island, sharing our resource, sharing our knowledge and expertise. Because I think, and in having more and more conversations with various people, individuals, organisations and professionals, we want to get the best care for people. We want to ensure that they get the best outcomes, and I know the Minister has outlined this as one of his priorities in terms of better outcomes for patients, because that is where we need to go. And that's what I think that this motion will help to formalise and to create an emphasis on of how we work together. As I mentioned yesterday in the debate, next week we have the Oireachtas Health Committee coming to Belfast, which I'm really excited about. I think it's potentially the first time that we've done this, and that in itself shows the appetite for working together with the Assembly Health Committee here and the Oireachtas Health Committee, and I really hope that that is the start of something really progressive and really productive. And in that we will be meeting with Queen's Cancer Research Centre and others to look at the opportunities across this island, because we have a very small island and overall we have a very small population. When we look at the population here in the north, I think it's probably equivalent to the likes of a big city like Glasgow. So what we can do with the huge resource, the huge talent we have across our island, the potential is huge. So I think that there's so much that we can do. I'm going to be parochial, but I think that it's no surprise that I mentioned my own hospital, Daisy Hill, which is the only hospital between Drogheda and Portadown, and serves a huge area of Newry, South Armagh, South Down and indeed North Leinster, and is ideally placed as a central location for providing healthcare on an all-island basis. And indeed it already does in many cases where things have happened, and it is the closest hospital for people from the south or for other parts of the north. And likewise, I think there's a huge potential there in terms of our ambulance service, which is increasingly pressurised. I know I spoke to a family recently who had an emergency situation with a child, and they were ever so grateful to get any ambulance to that situation. And I think there's huge work we can do on an all-island basis, ensuring that we're getting resources to people at the right time so they can get the right care. The previous member also talked about the loss of our workforce, and workforce, as we've talked about repeatedly in this chamber from the Assembly was restored, is the underpinning issue to fixing our health service and ensuring that we have the right capacity to deliver services for all of our citizens. But we're losing our workforce to the south, to more attractive jobs, to better conditions, and the member referenced Loughinisland. So why do we not pool that? Why can we not work together to ensure that we're providing really high-class services, because it is doable and it isn't all about money. It is something that I think we can do if there is a will between the two existing health departments. So I think just to conclude, I agree with everything that has been said. I think we have so much potential because we are a very small island. I think the maximum distance that anybody would have to travel is just a couple of hours, and I think if we work together we can achieve so much more. And certainly it's something I'm very supportive of. My party has produced a document on our vision for all-island healthcare, and I hope that we can see some of that if, with the support of this House for this important motion. So, Garmila Malgo.
Thank you, Liz. I call Alan Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Yesterday in this House we considered a motion on cancer, and today we are looking at another sensitive issue on the order of paper, which includes post-mortem services for babies and children. At the very outset, I would like to personally sympathise with any parents who have had to walk through this highly traumatic circumstance. Few will know what it feels like, and I cannot imagine how difficult it is. I hope all members will be very sensitive to this fact today. At the core of this motion is the fact that since the end of 2018, the health service in Northern Ireland has been left without a single paediatric pathologist. I think all members will agree this is unacceptable, and I look forward to the Minister explaining not only what measures have been taken by his department to recruit a consultant in this field, but also when he believes that staff member will be in place. We today wish to make absolutely clear that we fully support these services, but simply exporting the issue over to Liverpool or to Dublin is not acceptable. However, the motion as drafted seems to just accept that the fact that perinatal and paediatric post-mortem services, which are currently not available in the province, could be delivered more efficiently and compassionately on an all-Ireland basis. The outworking of this premise is an acceptance that parents should just travel with their baby for a post-mortem in either Liverpool or Dublin. That is not acceptable in our eyes, either the status quo of Alderhay or the alternative considerable drive to Dublin. So let us try to show some empathy with those in such a situation. In either the Liverpool or Dublin example, parents will travel with their child, but in doing so, leave the crucial support network of wider friends and family at their most vulnerable time, and in fact, when this support network is most needed. We want to be absolutely clear that this service should be available within the health service in this province, and we unfortunately cannot support a motion which forces parents to journey with their loved one hundreds of miles at a time of extreme personal trauma. This service needs to be provided by the Department of Health here, and it is unforgivable that after nearly 6 years we do not have a local solution. We do support the contention in the motion that more money is not the key to the well-documented issues which face the health service today. But that said, health has been prioritised by the Executive and has seen its baseline funding increase by £2 billion since 2020. In terms of the latter parts of the motion, we would refer members to the Bengoa report, which the current First Minister launched when she was the Health Minister back in 2016. The Systems Not Structures report by Professor Bengoa is designed to deliver the transformation the health service needs in the province and to also achieve the best clinical outcomes for the people here. In closing, I also want to recognise and commend the work of the charity SANS. This is an organisation which supports anyone affected by pregnancy or perinatal loss and provides both bereavement care and support for parents in these very difficult circumstances. In summary, we cannot support a motion that appears to accept a failure by the Department of Health to provide this incredibly important service for paediatric pathology locally for the parents who are having to go through this traumatic experience. Exporting it is not the answer, but solving is.
Okay, I call Danny Donnelly. Thank you, Danny.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I thank the SDLP members for proposing this motion to the Assembly today as one of their Opposition Day motions. It is good that we have had two important health motions this week in the Assembly, recognising the many challenges that our health service faces, and we will be supporting this motion. It is unacceptable that we have the longest waiting lists on these islands and some of the longest in Europe. In particular, our waiting lists are significantly longer than the Republic of Ireland. Based on official figures from last year, twice as many people in Northern Ireland were on a waiting list for appointments, despite having approximately a third of the population. The disparity is much larger for people waiting over 12 months, approximately 4 times as many people in Northern Ireland. Anything that can be done to reduce these waiting lists must be done. One aspect of the motion that is particularly encouraging is the recognition that the transformation of our health service will not solely be achieved through increased funding, but that fundamental reform is also needed. This will require difficult decisions and, more importantly, political leadership from all members of the Assembly and the Department of Health. As already mentioned, we have had the Bengoa report, Systems Not Structures, effectively sitting on a shelf for the last 8 years due to years of prolonged political instability. So outside this specific debate, we need fundamental reform of this Assembly and its structures so that it cannot collapse again through the actions of one party. Otherwise, we can never commit to the required long-term planning and multi-year budgets needed for transformation. We discussed All-Ireland cooperation yesterday in relation to cancer research, but I want to discuss such cooperation more broadly. It makes sense from a geographical perspective. For example, that people from the North West Cancer Centre at Ulster-Scots, which is partially funded by the Irish Government, approximately 1/3 of its yearly patients are from the Republic of Ireland, mainly Donegal, which is just a few miles from Derry. Otherwise, such patients would have to travel to Galway or Dublin. On the other hand, there has been an increase in the number of children from Northern Ireland receiving heart surgery in Dublin since heart surgery services in the Royal Victoria Hospital ended in 2015. But this vital network continues through cooperation with Our Lady Children's Hospital in Dublin, which is very accessible for people in Northern Ireland, only a few hours in the car, bus or train. It is important to recognise that one of the main challenges to cross-border health cooperation, which is the challenges posed by Brexit. Some of this relates to funding, which in the short term, much of our current funding continues through Peace Plus, but in the coming years it will become increasingly uncertain as to whether equivalent UK funding is available. Also of significance is the loss of EU regulations and directives providing benefits in respect of cross-border healthcare, not only on this island but across the EU. The temporary reinstation of the Cross-Border Healthcare Directive in 2021 for 1 year was a welcome step from former Minister Swan to help to reduce the waiting lists, but we need a more proactive and permanent approach to reduce waiting lists, and cross-border healthcare cooperation should be considered as part of this approach. Pay rates, as already mentioned, remain a very important issue here in Northern Ireland, both compared to the rest of the UK and compared to the rest of Ireland. We have discussed in previous debates how pay is much lower here compared to other jurisdictions. For example, in a previous motion last month on junior doctors, it was acknowledged that junior doctors work very long hours and face the longest waiting lists in Europe for the lowest pay in the UK. It is well known that the Republic of Ireland offers both higher pay and fairer working conditions compared to here, and as such, many healthcare workers are working in the south as opposed to working in their local health service. This is obviously not an issue in England, Scotland and Wales, and it is important that the Minister considers the specific circumstances here in Northern Ireland when addressing pay issues in any discussions around future pay settlements. There are many opportunities for potential cross-border cooperation, particularly in relation to healthcare. But in order to realise those, we need to confront the challenges and barriers posed by Brexit, and we will need political stability here in order to deliver the long-term reforms and establish long-term relationships needed north-south to improve our health service for the benefits of patients across the island of Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you. Danny, I call Steve Aiken.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. There is no doubt that our health service is facing some unprecedented challenges. Our overall waiting times position remains wholly unacceptable, and our health workers are operating under huge pressure. Similarly, major demands also remain on services such as primary care, social care, dental and pharmacy. So it might seem quite easy to say that our health service is only sliding in one direction and that turning it around is beyond us. But neither I nor my party share that view. Even though the likes of the elective care framework has never been fully funded by the Executive, not least because of the repeated stop-start nature of this place, there has still been some notable transformation and progress made. For instance, thanks to decisions made in 2021, treatment waiting times at least have now actually been falling quite steadily. Of course, we absolutely accept that we were starting from an appalling position and that overall waiting times are still far too long. But it is worth noting that for those waiting for treatments, in the space of 12 months, the number has reduced by 15,000, by over 12% overall. There's been some very positive progress made for those waiting for inpatient day case work in areas such as general surgery, which has seen the waiting list fall by over 20%. Similarly, there's been progress made in cutting waiting times in ENT, gynaecology, as well as urology. That shows where there is a clear focus and a clear political will, any coalition progress can be made. My party will always stand ready to utilise any and all opportunities to help patients and staff. That includes working on an all-Ireland basis when beneficial. And we know there are areas of such cooperation that currently work well. And similarly, there are other areas which could still work better. But we need to recognise that it's not a panacea. There are major pressures in the Republic's health service also. They are grappling with the very same challenges that we are: poor waiting times, changing demography, as well as the rising costs of care and treatments. We do acknowledge, however, that there is a gap in pay developing on the island of Ireland, and that will raise particular challenges locally. It's not just the health service being impacted, but also education, a slate of other public services, as well as private commerce. In reality, never mind not keeping up with pay in the Republic of Ireland because of the failure of the last executive to agree a budget, and then the absence of ministers even in post, our health workers have too often had to watch their pay falling well behind counterparts, even in the rest of the UK. Thankfully, however, due to the work of the previous Minister of Health in January 2020, and again in February this year, parity has largely been restored. But it's essential that the Executive gives a commitment that will now be funded and maintained. Because without a stable workforce, the improvements we have made and want to make simply won't be possible. That progress now needs to be accelerated even further, and I welcome the publication of the updated elective care framework only a few weeks ago. Unfortunately, however, we really feel that the recent budget, where our health budget was cut by 2.3% of the Department of Health, which was agreed by Sinn Féin, DUP and Alliance MLAs, will greatly impact the ability to drive through further improvements. In fact, MLAs need to be aware that as it stands, the Executive has not provided a single penny of targeted funding to spend on tackling waiting lists. It is therefore totally incoherent for the Executive to try to claim, as the DUP, Sinn Féin and Alliance parties still do, that tackling waiting lists are a priority for them, when quite frankly they're not. And when at the same time it didn't even meet the Department of Health's basic plea just to keep up with red flag cancer and other time-critical treatments. So whilst we welcome any further improvements that can be made through working on an all-island basis, as well as the vitally important east-west basis, the reality is the greatest potential for reform and improvement still sits with what is available on our own doorstep. And to do that, we will require collective willingness. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Steve. I call Neil McAllister.
Good.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thanks to the member for bringing the motion here today, which the Alliance Party are happy to support. And since this Assembly was restored in February, we have had many discussions around the state of our health service, and one thing has been clear in every single one of those motions that has been brought forward is that the status quo is just simply not working. And that's why Alliance have been consistent and unwavering in our calls for transformation and reform of the health service for many years. There must be willingness to look at how services can be delivered in the most efficient way possible, with better outcomes ultimately for our constituents. I understand that the Minister is new in the role and may take a number of weeks and months before his plans are brought to the Assembly chamber, but I do hope that in good time we can see some of those priorities progressed through the Assembly and through the Health Committee. In particular, I would note the reconfiguration blueprint. It was noted to us in the committee that it would come forward possibly in June. So I just wonder if the Minister can touch on that on his answer to the Assembly today, whether in the next 2 weeks we will be seeing that or not. One thing is clear when it comes to the Health Committee and those people who are given evidence, whether they're allied health professionals, doctors, nurses, anyone within the health sector, is that they recognise from their patients that they tell them they are willing to travel, and we also hear it too from our own constituents that they want the best healthcare possible, and if that means that they must travel for that, they are more than willing to do so. We have seen success of that through the elective care hubs and the surgical hubs that have been created. The people have been more than happy to actually move outside of their city or rural area to actually get seen quicker. And a further example of how transformation can actually work on an all-island cooperation is the Children's Heart Services, and I know that a number of members have already mentioned that too, but it's something that I think about quite a lot with someone in my family who does, a child in my family who does have a heart condition and relies on that service. It's a topic that comes to mind for all parents, that when it comes to your child's health, that is your priority, and you would be willing to travel wherever is needed. So long, I must say, and it must be provided by the state. Maybe not so long, but as long as it is provided by the state, that is the crux of it. Indeed, just yesterday, as previous speakers have mentioned, we spoke about cooperating on an all-island basis when it does come to cancer research. The Good Friday Agreement was quite clear. It recognised cancer as something which impacted everyone across all of these islands equally. And since then, there has been ongoing cooperation on cancer research, and I hope that the Minister in the coming months would develop not only just the policy links across this on all-island basis, but actually the delivery of services, because that is quite crucial here. But whilst we actually speak about the delivery of those services, I do want to touch on the cross-border directive, because we do need to reflect on the realities around that, that when it comes to the independent sector across these islands, we are cementing a two-tier health system, for those who can put money ultimately at the end of the day towards their healthcare, and that's not acceptable. It shouldn't be something that we should be relying upon. I understand the short-term nature of that to tackle the waiting lists. An example of that in Slanchicur, we have heard many times a committee and our meeting with stakeholders that those who are waiting on some waiting lists for longer than 3 months in the Republic of Ireland are actually seen in the independent sector provided by Slanchicur, but they're actually coming up here to Northern Ireland and being seen in the independent sector provided by their state. So something doesn't quite add up there. We can't only have the cross-border directive where we allow people to travel to the Republic of Ireland, but actually if it can be done here in Northern Ireland, we should allow that too. And that's something that I hope that the Minister will come back to. Again, officials had said that it would be brought back to the committee within a number of months, so I'm looking forward to hearing about that. There is cross-party agreement across the chamber today that the healthcare sector cannot continue on the current status quo, that waiting lists are unacceptably rising, and that patients are experiencing complications and additional harm while waiting. Also, staff are choosing to work elsewhere, and we all agree that that's not acceptable in the current circumstance, that we cannot see this mass exodus of staff every single year from the health service up here in Northern Ireland to the Republic of Ireland. It's crucial now that the Minister shows leadership on the issues, and all parties in the chamber are willing to work together on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Minister, you're next to respond. You've only around 12 minutes. If you can do it now, well and good. If not, we can take immediate after question time. It's up to yourself. There's no pressure.
I'll wait, Principal Deputy Speaker.
No, that's your prerogative. That's fair enough. So, the Business Committee, as people know, is due to meet at 1 o'clock. Given that we haven't enough time for the Minister to respond, I propose by leave the Assembly suspend now. And the next item will be question time, and immediately after that the Minister will respond. So the Assembly is suspended.
Order. The sitting is resumed. It's now time for questions to the Minister for Communities, and I call John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, question number 1.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am committed to ensuring the vitality and viability of our rural areas, and I'm committed to addressing rural housing need. And one of my key priorities as Minister is the delivery of social housing. The delivery of social housing in rural areas presents significant challenges and often requires different solutions to those which apply in urban areas. And in an effort to address these issues, the Housing Executive, through its Rural Action Plan, has shown its commitment to help address need and sustain local communities. Within rural locations, the Housing Executive carry out housing needs tests to determine if there is a hidden housing demand not evident from the waiting list, and they listen to requests from local elected representatives and community representatives. To assist housing associations in areas where it is difficult to secure sites, the Housing Association also carries out site identification studies. This involves examining all underdeveloped lands within a settlement and seeks to identify potential sites for future development of social housing. Additionally, my department has set up a steering group which includes representatives from my department, the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, the Housing Executive and Land and Property Services. The overall aim of the steering group will be to explore the barriers to rural housing development and develop a plan to address them. These barriers include land, grant, need, infrastructure and planning.
Mr. Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that reply. Can I ask, in addition to that then, if the Minister can outline how he is ensuring, or perhaps working with others to ensure, that social houses planned for rural areas will be energy efficient?
Mr.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is obviously something that is important to me, because I also have responsibility for anti-poverty and the fuel poverty issues, which really go hand in hand. So I think that it is important that we make sure that all of our homes are energy efficient, whether they are in urban areas or whether they are in rural areas, and we need to make sure that we can have those homes more energy efficient. Not only does that help us meet our climate change targets, but more importantly, it helps people stay warm, and it helps people keep more of their own money.
Can the Minister outline whether he or the Department Steering Group have yet received an update from the Housing Executive in respect of the findings from the recent study, which ran until the 31st of March of this year by researchers from the University of Liverpool and UCL regarding the consistent missing of rural housing targets, and if not, when he expects to receive this information?
So the research paper I think that the member refers to, I have been due to get at the end of June. I haven't received that yet. He is right, however, to highlight the fact that there have been significant difficulties in terms of reaching the targets that have been set out. Those targets have not been met in quite a few years. For the information that I have, going back over the last 5 years, those have not been met at all. That is an issue of concern and something that we need to address.
Deborah Erskine.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. The Minister, will be no surprise, I'm very interested obviously in the rural area and the housing need, and the Minister did reference about hidden demand and the issues that there are surrounding that. He did reference about stakeholders and the engagement that he has taken as Minister in relation to that. Can the Minister advise what steps he is taking to identify hidden demand specifically in rural areas?
Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it will not come as a surprise that the member is raising this issue with me again. She frequently raises the need for more housing in rural areas, in particular Fermanagh and South Tyrone, and she is right to highlight the issues around hidden demand, which are more prevalent in rural areas. And in order for us to help identify and address this, the Housing Executive carry out housing needs tests in selected rural areas every year, and each test is tailored to suit the designated area, and that can involve community meetings, engagement with the local primary school, and a public information event. Housing Executive will also promote the test on social media and engage with community representatives and local politicians to ensure the information reaches people who are in need of a home. And through these tests, the Housing Executive will work with rural communities to promote their range of housing services and encourage those in need of a home to come forward and to register on our waiting list. If the member does have a particular area which she believes that needs to be highlighted, I would of course encourage her to contact the Housing Executive in relation to that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, can I ask what engagement there is between your department and the Department for Infrastructure around the lack of capacity at NI Water, which is actually causing paralysis of development in many areas, including social housing?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member is right to raise the issues of infrastructure, and I have no doubt that this will come up again during question time, because it is one of the biggest drags that we have in terms of us being able to progress with the building that we want to see. All of this will be part of the draft housing supply strategy, and I have committed to working with executive colleagues to make sure that we get commitment and buy-in from other ministers, including the Minister for Infrastructure, to make sure that those issues are addressed. Wastewater is an issue, planning is another issue as well, and if those issues are not resolved satisfactorily, it's going to make the house building targets that we have even more difficult to achieve, and not just in rural areas but right across Northern Ireland.
Mayor Ferguson.
Your question 2.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said at a Communities Committee meeting in April and at the All-Party Group on Homelessness in May, I am reviewing the housing supply strategy. I will take it forward as quickly as possible, and I'm working on that now. I've also been working closely with my officials to update the strategy to ensure that it remains accurate and aligns with current policy. Doing this has emphasised that addressing the issues impacting housing supply is outside of the gift of any one department. We do need to make sure that we have a collaborative approach across the executive to deliver the houses that are so badly required. This needs to be a whole executive strategy, so I've written to my ministerial colleagues in the departments of Finance, Health, Infrastructure and Economy, because these departments have a key strategic remit and I need them to buy into it. So I plan to meet with them in the coming time. I've got my first meeting organised with the Minister of Finance to seek their support for the approach set out in the strategy and their commitment to deliver the necessary actions to make the transformational change that is required. And once this work is finished, I'll bring a finalised strategy to the Executive for its consideration and approval as quickly as I can. I want this to be a priority for the Executive, and I want the funds in place to back that up.
Ms Ferguson.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer thus far. We do recognise, obviously, and I think everyone in the Assembly, that just 15 million that's been allocated to new build social homes will allow up to 400 new build social starts in 2024-25, and obviously welcome. I know you met with a number of housing associations last week. That's a reduction of well over 1,000 homes, and that's not where we need to be. And obviously I welcome the update that you have given in relation to your liaison with all government departments. So where would you say we are at in relation to housing being a priority in the programme for government?
Minister.
Well, first of all, I would say that it has been disappointing over the last number of weeks with budget allocations. And I accept that I don't think any minister in any department is happy with the budget that they have received. I am particularly disappointed with the budget that we have, because quite frankly building 400 social homes this year, or starting 400 social homes, isn't good enough, and it's not where we need to be. So I want to make sure that that is changed, and I'll be doing everything that I can to make sure that we increase that number, and I will be working with executive colleagues as well to highlight that and to make sure that we can get back to where we need to be. I was pleased to be able to meet with the housing associations last week, and they expressed their frustration. We had a very good conversation about the way forward as well. but I can assure the member that I'll be doing everything in my power to make sure that we continue to invest in social homes and make the most of the funds that we do have.
Dixon.
Information with regards to the housing supply strategy. Minister, can you tell the House what plans you have to allow the Housing Executive to once again enter the home building market and to reprofile their finances to ensure that that is something that they can do successfully?
Minister, just before you reply, remind members that it's through the Chair, and you're not the only one, Mr Dixon, but just numerous occasions has happened, and just remind members, you address the Speaker and you ask the Minister the question through the Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When I first came into office, this was one of the first things that I raised with officials, because we're not in a good enough place right now in terms of housing. I fear that we're going to be dealing with constrained budgets for the foreseeable future, and the status quo just isn't acceptable. We need to do things differently. There are a number of options which we are currently exploring. There was a very useful innovation lab last week as well, and I look forward to getting a full readout from that. However, I don't believe there are many game changers really in this place, but I think one of the biggest game changers that we can have for Northern Ireland is seeing the transformation of the Housing Executive in regards to its borrowing powers. That's good for two reasons. First of all, being able to build more social homes, but also being able to renovate or refurbish social homes as well, because I think that we are at this point in time in the very real danger of allowing some of our existing stock to simply not become inhabitable anymore. So I absolutely want to see that change. I have been pressing executive colleagues. Obviously this will require engagement with the Treasury, and it's not appropriate for other government departments outside the Department of Finance to do that. But in discussions with executive colleagues, I believe there's cross-party support to see this change, because ultimately it will allow us to build more homes, and it will allow us to make a real change and difference in people's lives, and that's what we should be here to do.
Mark Durkin.
Mr. Speaker, did the Minister, or has the Minister, made it clear to the Finance Minister and executive colleagues in no uncertain terms the impact that this budget would have on his departments to deliver, in particular, social housing?
Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, in my engagement with the Finance Minister prior to the budget being set, and in conversations with ministers, I did make clear the impact that this would have. I'm not sure if we gave an exact number in terms of the impact that it would have on house building, but it was always very clear that a constrained capital budget would impact on house building, when the majority of my capital budget is, and always has been, spent on building houses. Look, I understand there were pressures in every single department. I would have liked to have had more. We have to work together. We have to do the best that we have with what we have, but it outlines the need for us to make sure we get that fair funding agreement with the Treasury. In the meantime, I'm going to do the best that I can with what I have, and also look at those new and those novel options that may be available to us in order for us to increase the supply of housing.
Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
3. Mr. Speaker, the Northern Ireland Football Fund, formerly called the Sub-Regional Stadia Programme, will provide investment for football at all levels. I want to roll out the first funding awards as quickly as possible. However, it's important that the funding is dispersed in a fair and transparent manner. Therefore, my officials are finalising plans for my approval, and I plan to make further announcements later this year.
Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and clubs in my constituency are thankful for the work the Minister is doing in this area and this commitment. But with the growth of football, and particularly the women's game and inclusion football, demand in East Belfast is certainly outstripping supply, and there are many clubs that will be keen to speak and engage with the Minister. Can I ask him if he would soon join me to visit Dundell FC and Shorts FC in particular?
Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm more than happy to meet with the member in his constituency. He's already had me down there to visit a club or two already, and I'm certainly happy to do that again. He highlights an important issue, which is the lack of provision that is being experienced in East Belfast, but unfortunately that is not unique to East Belfast. It's very much the case in East Antrim as well. In fact, I know of many examples of young people who are actually being turned away from playing simply because there is not the capacity there at current clubs with the pitches that they have. So it is important for me that those performance clubs get the support that they need, but it's also really important that we make a difference in terms of grassroots provision as well. And I say that because it has an impact. It has an impact on people's health, their mental health, their physical health, their well-being. And I actually believe that sport and participation in sport can go a long way in ensuring that we have happier and healthier citizens in Northern Ireland. There is clearly a need that has been demonstrated in East Belfast, as there will be in many other constituencies, and we stand ready to help, and I look forward to accepting the member's invitation.
Liz Gibbons.
Minister for his answer so far, and I think the recent announcement of this funding is very, very welcome. In my own constituency of Newry, you mentioned East Antrim and East Belfast, but we have an extremely dire facilities, and I think that's something that's raised regularly. And given that we have some of the top teams in the north, we have Cleary Celtic who won their third title in a row at the weekend, and some of the younger teams, Listrum and Windmill, coming through with exponential growth in grassroots football for young people. So I'd ask the Minister, would he give a commitment to work very closely with Newry Morning Down Council to upgrade and provide the facilities that the teams across my area desperately need, but more importantly they deserve?
Minister.
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, we put on the record, I'm sure every constituency right across Northern Ireland have fantastic football clubs that do fantastic work. I am sure that they are all in need of resources. She mentions her own constituency and makes an important point in relation to the councils. In many cases, councils have been essential partners in some of the development that we've seen take place so far, and I believe under the Northern Ireland Football Fund that will also be the case. I think it is important that councils work very closely together with the department in order to deliver. The point that is worth making is that when it comes to applications to this fund, this is not about a pass or a fail. We want to work together with clubs to ensure that they get to the position that they need to get so they can avail of the funding when it becomes available. So I absolutely am committed to working in partnership with those clubs and with other important stakeholders such as district and borough councils to make sure that that's delivered.
Connie Egan.
Wondering if you could please elaborate on the criteria that you will use to allocate further funding. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the criteria is still being finalised. I hope that the member will have listened to my speech the day that I gave it at Windsor Park. Unfortunately, it may have been overshadowed somewhat by an announcement that the Prime Minister had made, but we will be setting out a number of criteria against which clubs will be scored. So they will need to make a number of commitments. First of all, there will be a monetary commitment that will need to be made. We need to make sure that they're in a position where they can be financially viable as well. There's no point building something that they're not able to maintain. They will need to demonstrate a commitment to how it's going to improve their community, how they'll get more young people involved, how they can get more women involved, to make sure that there's disability provision as well. All of those are going to be factors that are taken into consideration. But again, I would emphasise the point that I'd made previously, is that we want to work with clubs. We're not trying to catch anybody out. We're not trying to make sure that people can't avail of that. We will help them through the process so that they can indicate how their application will make a difference, how it will fulfil a need, and how it will improve the community overall.
I hope you weren't as wet as the Prime Minister. Tom Elliott.
Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the Minister's announcement as chairman of a local club into local football. Could I ask the Minister, the business case projects and funding that was announced on the 2nd of October 2023, what stage they're at, because they seem to be allocated to senior clubs?
Minister.
Yes, so that work is ongoing, and we actually hope to provide additional funding to help those that are wanting to progress their case as well. If there are specific clubs or issues that the member has in relation to that, I'll be more than happy to provide that.
Mr McNulty.
Minister, it's crunch time, it's do or die, it's high noon on proceeding with the Casement Park project so it'll be ready for Euro 2028. The redevelopment of Casement Park is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, Minister, and it must be seized. It's a huge opportunity for the North, a beacon of hope and reconciliation. Minister, what are you and your department and what are your executive colleagues doing to ensure Casement Park will be delivered in time to host games in Euro 2028?
Minister.
Well, first of all, Mr Speaker, it's important to note that the Casement Park is separate from the Northern Ireland Football Fund. Those are two separate issues. They're not linked to each other. The member may not be happy with what I'm about to say, but it has not changed since the last time we discussed it in this chamber. The Casement Park redevelopment in its current form does not have the funding package together. We don't have that commitment from the UK government, and that's what's holding up any progression on that issue, and I expect to get further information on that when a new government is in post.
I call Michelle McElveen.
Mr Speaker, the contribution and influence that the early Ulster-Scots migrants made to the traditions, values and history of the United States of America is immeasurable. From the American Revolution, including the signing of the Declaration of Independence and the War of Independence, through to the establishment and development of a new nation, Ulster-Scots settlers played a hugely important role. Indeed, no fewer than 20 of the 45 men that have served as President of the United States can trace their roots to Ulster, including, of course, Andrew Jackson, whose parents left Carrickfergus in my own constituency in 1765. The success of the Ulster-Scots Agency's recent exhibition in Proney, which celebrated the role of the Ulster-Scots in shaping the events leading to the US Declaration of Independence, highlights the opportunities that exist. We need to do better at exploiting those opportunities and the incredible potential that exists. I am therefore delighted to announce today that I have established a United States Northern Ireland Cultural Working Group led by my department. The group involves key agencies here and in the United States, including the Northern Ireland Bureau, the Ulster-Scots Agency, Proney, Tourism Northern Ireland and Tourism Ireland. The group is working to identify new opportunities and to develop a programme of cultural engagement in the United States and in Northern Ireland, and this will promote the role of the Ulster-Scots early settlers in influencing American society and commemorate the 250th anniversary of American independence in 2026. I'm excited about the opportunities that exist to develop a greater understanding of the Ulster-Scots links with the United States and to build new partnerships to achieve cultural, social and economic objectives.
Ms McElveen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his response and obviously to welcome his announcement. Can I ask the Minister if he would consider working with local councils which have well-established links, particularly through sister cities? The relationships are already in place there and within the United States, and I give an example of Belfast and Nashville. And can I also encourage the Minister and his officials to meet with and discuss his proposals with the Ulster-Scots Community Network, which is the representative body for the Ulster-Scots community in Northern Ireland?
Yes, absolutely. I agree with everything that the member has said. First of all, I think that councils do play a really important role in helping to foster those social and cultural links that exist. And I think the Sister Cities projects are a great example of how you can establish, and I think of Belfast and Nashville in particular. I also take on board what she said about the Ulster-Scots Community Network. I think it is key that they are involved. Look, there is huge potential here to exploit all of these links that exist. I don't think that we have maximise the potential that exists. I'd love to see everybody involved in making sure that we make the most of this, especially as we head towards the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence.
Shannon Hunt.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his answers so far. I would agree that we haven't tapped the full potential of the Ulster-Scots culture and linguistic community here. Would the Minister agree that we maybe, before we look externally, we also need to fully recognise the potential here and maybe look at some initiatives to promote both the Irish and Ulster-Scots cultural and language initiatives together and promote inclusivity of all languages in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
Well, first of all, I don't think this is just a language issue. This goes into heritage and history and culture as well. Secondly, I don't think that this is about excluding anybody. I don't think this should be seen as pitting one against the other either. I think we have very distinct links with the United States. I believe that those have not been exploited, I think, very much. We do see that in terms of Irish America and the influence that it is there, and that's to be welcomed. However, I don't think that the influence of the Ulster-Scots in the United States has been, and I think that there's a lot more work that we can do. That's something that I want to see happen, something that I hope will happen. I think that's about developing relations, building those relationships as well, and all for the benefit of people here. That's why we're including the tourism organisations as well. We'd love to see more people from the US come here. We want to make sure Prony is ready to help them, because we understand how important ancestry and family history are to many tourists as well. So this is a group about making sure that we can do everything that we can to exploit the links that are there and the fantastic history and heritage that exists between Northern Ireland and the United States.
Call Matthew O'Toole.
Minister, I welcome any progress on building the Ulster-Scots brand in America. I've been to Andrew Jackson's house outside Nashville. Scots-Irish, Ulster-Scots contribution is huge. It is cross-community and cross-border because, of course, it predates the partition of Ireland and lots of the divisions that have emerged since, as is the Irish language. And the Irish language, obviously we are awaiting an Irish language strategy, and that is determined by statute. Can you please inform us where that strategy is, acknowledging as I have the importance of the work on Ulster-Scots? Can you tell us where the Irish language strategy is at the minute?
Minister.
Yeah, again, I would make the point this isn't just about language when it comes to the links that we are trying to exploit and to develop here. I'm certainly not trying to pit one against the other. I want to make sure that Northern Ireland benefits from this. That's what I intend to do, especially when it comes to the culture and the heritage and the language, as well as the values as well, that actually contributed so much to the development of the United States. In terms of the language strategies, those are currently with officials, and those are being progressed, and I'll have an update for this House in due course.
I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Mr. Speaker, we have an immediate issue with the use of non-standard temporary accommodation. It's not good for families. They need the security of their own homes, and it is very, very expensive. There are far too many households in temporary accommodation, almost 5,000, and on any night there are between 400 to 500 in hotels and B&Bs. The average stay in temporary accommodation is now over 34 weeks. That's children not near their schools, people away from families and support networks. Those are people that are unable to get to work. The Housing Executive assures me that the use of non-standard accommodation is only out of necessity and is due to unprecedented demand. The Housing Executive has made clear that it is committed to reducing the use of non-standard accommodation. It has, for example, initiated a Housing Solutions Task and Finish Group to look for alternative and more financially sustainable options. I have asked the Housing Executive to focus on this work and to provide me with monthly updates on the use of temporary accommodation, and I can assure the member and indeed the rest of this House that I'll do all that I can to get this issue under control.
Minister, non-standard temporary accommodation has risen by over 500% in my constituency, and I have a real particular distressing issue were one of my constituents. She's a young woman. She has just had a caesarean section and she has been returned to a hotel bedroom and she has got another toddler. This is no way to start a life for a child. Can you look into this particular matter and see if we can get her out of that temporary accommodation now? It is really, really affecting her mental health and well-being and that of her 2 children.
Minister, about 10 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, temporary accommodation isn't suitable for any family, especially the circumstance that she is describing to me. If she'd like to meet with me afterwards or contact my office, I'll make sure that we look into that and see what it is that we might be able to do.
That concludes that batch of questions to the Minister. We now move to topical questions, and first question has been withdrawn, and I call Mr. Harry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister advise what level of support has been given to grassroots sports over the last 3 financial years?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, over the last 3 financial years up to March 24, Sport NI has issued exchequer funding of almost £39.4 million and lottery funding of just over £17 million. This funding consisted of 3,394 grant awards to over 1,963, including grassroots sports and governing bodies. In 23-24, Sport NI invested £7.1 million of national lottery funding to 37 sports governing bodies. This figure will increase to almost £8 million this year. And in 23-24, Sport NI awarded just over £1.37 million of capital funding to improve sports facilities, including those which will benefit grassroots clubs. In terms of funding paid in that year, by way of comparison, I can advise that the Irish Football Association received £500,000, Ulster GAA £440,000, Ulster Rugby £450,000, Golf £264,000 and Tennis £52,000. And the £1.37 million capital investment programmes administered include the Building Better Sports Facilities, Your School, Your Club, Stadia Safety and the Renewable Energy Fund, with 9 different sports benefiting.
Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Minister join me in wishing reigning world and European champion gymnast Rhys McClanagan from Newton Ards well for the Olympic Games this summer in Paris?
Yes, absolutely. I wish him all the best, indeed not only Rhys but all of those from Northern Ireland who are competing at the Games as well. Rhys is an absolutely fantastic athlete, incredible competitor. He's had huge success in Europe and at the Commonwealth Games as well. And I think he's an inspiration to many people across Northern Ireland. So, of course, I absolutely want to wish him well. Mr. Speaker, I recently had the opportunity to visit the Sports Institute at Jordanstown, and it was great to meet with those who are going to the Olympics or hoping to go to the Olympics, and I hope I speak on behalf of the whole House when we wish them all the very best in the coming months, not just at the Olympic Games but at the Paralympic Games as well in August and September. I think it's also worth reminding ourselves, it was certainly made clear to me when I went to the Sports Institute, that we see individual athletes and we think of them, but there's an incredible team behind every single one, and they deserve our thanks and our appreciation for the work that they do as well. I get some difficult questions in this House, Mr. Speaker, but am I willing to wish him well? Yes, absolutely I am.
Mr. Beattie isn't in his place. Ms. Ennis isn't in her place. I call Mr. Brian Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, and I wish to ask the Minister, can you outline the impact that the draft 24-25 budget will have on the Supporting People programme?
Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Supporting People programme is a vital service which provides invaluable housing support to vulnerable people, enabling them to have a better quality of life, live more independently within the community and maintain their tenancies. My department works closely with the Housing Executive on resource allocation to analyse budget requirements and assess the impact of each year's budget on the Supporting People programme. More than 70% of the Supporting People budget is used by providers to pay the salaries of Supporting People staff across 850 services. In March 24, I announced £3 million of additional funding for the Supporting People programme for the 23-24 financial year. This funding, distributed to Northern Ireland Housing Executive by the Housing Executive to accredited providers, was to help to sustain these vital housing support services and to support providers during the difficulties of the current economic situation. Notwithstanding the very significant budget constraints this year, I've decided to provide a £4.8 million increase in funding for the Supporting People programme above the 23-24 final EQIA budget position to help ensure continued viability of the programme.
Mr Kingston.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and indeed I welcome that increase in funding for Supporting People programme, and I recognise the Minister is operating in a very constrained budgetary environment. Can he make sure, as far as possible, that funding goes to those projects that are making the greatest impact on people's lives and that are strategic and have long-term benefits for the people of Northern Ireland?
Yes, the member is absolutely right to raise this issue because we are in an era of constrained budgets, and it is important that we spend every pound as wisely as we can and that we spend every pound in a way which most benefits people in Northern Ireland. Those are really difficult decisions. None of this budget process was easy. We have many good programmes that deliver for people right across Northern Ireland, and it was a very difficult budgetary process. However, I did decide to increase the funding available for Supporting People because it does make a real impact. It does change lives, and if that money was not made available, I would simply be pushing problems onto other departments. I would be impacting even greater on the Department of Health and, in many cases, the Department of Justice as well. And so that's the approach that I'm taking to the spending of public funds, making sure that they go to where it makes the greatest difference. Now, I know that there will be others that are not happy with some of the outcomes. There's an awful lot of difficulty that we're going to face, but we will need to make sure that, as the member set out, we spend money where it can most make the difference.
Andrew McMurray.
Speaker, and to the Minister, Athletics Northern Ireland is required to hold its Ulster and NI Indoor Championships in Leinster due to the lack of a facility in Northern Ireland. Does the Minister and his department have any plans to investigate whether such a facility could be developed in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, although this is not something that has come across my desk to date, I'd be more than happy to get additional information or to meet with the member to discuss this further. But yes, whether it's people from Northern Ireland having to go into another jurisdiction, or even people having to go to another town or farther away in order to compete or to train, I don't think that is acceptable. I want to make sure that we have the facilities for our sports here in Northern Ireland, and I'm certainly committed to doing what we can within the budget envelope that we have to make sure that we deliver in that way.
Mr McMurray.
To thank the Minister for that response, and I will take him up on the offer to engage further.
More than happy to do that, and perhaps the member could get in contact with my private office and we can get the arrangements made.
Donna Egan.
Mr Speaker, Minister, following a presentation to the Communities Committee last week by the British Association of Social Workers, can you please give your assessment of the cost to his Department of Public Services in addressing poverty?
Mr Speaker, poverty has costs both to the individual and society as a whole. Research shows clear evidence that poverty affects a child's start in life. It increases the risk of poor health and well-being, below average educational outcomes, and can impact development in a child's early years. It's equally clear that intervening early to address the issues faced by those suffering socio-economic disadvantage will have long-term positive impact on those individuals, potentially freeing resources for use elsewhere. So I'm determined to deliver an executive anti-poverty strategy that helps children and young people to get the best possible start in life, and that they have the opportunity to live in safe, stable homes, to have a good education and get a good job. And these are issues that can only be tackled by collective action by our executive, and I want to make sure that as an executive we have alignment of approach, and a focus on prevention and early intervention will be essential.
Ms Egan.
Thank you, Minister. Would you agree that in order to better address this issue, we should have an executive-wide audit of the cost of poverty in our public services, especially given the current situation we're in with our public finances?
Sure.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's certainly an important part of the work that we do within the Department for Communities. Monitoring the impact of our work is very importantly, and we want to make sure that we have robust data whenever it comes to measuring the impact of the Executive's anti-poverty strategy in the short, medium and the longer terms as well. So to support the development of the anti-poverty strategy, departmental officials have conducted a number of research projects as part of DFC's Economic and Social Research Programme, and the research has shown that there are many factors identified across literature that increase the risk of falling into poverty, and many have been found to stem from early years, with multiple childhood factors heavily affecting the risk of poverty in the future. So that data is important. We have it to an extent within this department, but certainly I believe it's an interesting idea to make sure that we have that across the executive, because it is important that we're able to define exactly what the problem is, understand how we fix that, and then measure that against the targets that we set. And having that data would be important.
Dr. Aiken.
Minister, can you join with me in welcoming the fact that Daniel Hill and the Whiffen boys, of swimmers from the Great Larne swimming team, have been selected for the Olympics?
Not a difficult question, especially when there is a constituency link, so the member will not be surprised to hear that I do not disagree with him. Of course, I absolutely want to congratulate them and look forward to seeing further success. In fact, I believe that I'll be meeting with them very, very soon.
Mr. Duck.
Thank you very much indeed. Minister, one of the issues we have with promoting excellence in swimming across Northern Ireland is the lack of facilities. And we have real difficulties with a 50-metre pool that, for some particular reason, seems to get stuck in the permanently down position. Could we be in a position, Minister, where your officials could look at how we can ensure that, at least in Northern Ireland, we have the facilities to support our Olympians going forward?
Mr.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the member for his question. I think it highlights a number of issues. First of all, the need for us to make sure that we are investing in sport in Northern Ireland. We've already highlighted the importance of grassroots sport. That needs to continue, but I also think that there is a responsibility on us to make sure that there are the appropriate facilities there to ensure that we can help our elite athletes as well. I'm disappointed to hear that this continues to be an issue, and it's not fair, and it harms the potential that some of our athletes have if they do not have the proper training facilities. And you've identified the need in swimming, but I've also been informed elsewhere of problems where there haven't been sometimes the physical facilities and sometimes the coaching capacity there as well to make the most of the potential that some of our athletes have. The member will be aware of the constrained budget position that we are operating in at this moment in time. However, I think that there are always novel ways in which we can examine these issues. So certainly if the member would like to discuss this further, I would be happy to do that, and perhaps along with some of the others that have raised issues about facilities today. And if I have forgotten anybody that is competing at the Olympics, we obviously want to wish them all the very best as well, and we look forward to many medals being brought home in the coming weeks.
Andy Allen.
Minister, I was contacted when this place was down by a number of constituents who were affected by social sector size criteria, and those are crucial and important mitigations that we provide. But in this particular case, it was whereby the payment for social sector size criteria was paid in error and then was recovered from their landlord, and they had no recourse to challenge to have this payment that was made in error set aside. Can the Minister advise, and I'm aware that his officials are aware, when this workaround will be brought forward?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to the member for raising this issue. It's not something that I have been made aware of, and unfortunately this does happen from time to time. We will have people that sometimes through fraud and sometimes through error find themselves in a position of having to repay. That is something that we are trying to limit, and I know a number of questions have been asked in relation to carers allowance in particular. But on the specific issue that the member raises, I'm more than happy to look into that and to see what can be done or what workaround can be put in place, because it's completely unacceptable if somebody has been affected in that way and they're not being reimbursed, but someone else is being reimbursed on their behalf, and then that is not being passed on. So, look, I'm more than happy, Mr. Speaker, to engage with the member and to see what it is that we can put in place to make sure that this issue can be resolved.
The time for members' questions has elapsed, and we now move to the previous motion on health, and if members will take their ease for a moment whilst we change the chair.
Okay, members, so we're just going to go back on the debate, and the Minister for Health, Mr Mike Nesbitt, will respond, and Minister, just to advise it to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Perhaps I should begin by repeating something I said in yesterday's debate, which is I have no ideological or political objection to further cooperation with health authorities in the Republic. I have no issue with exploring those opportunities for reasonable cooperation on health, and indeed I look forward to my first engagement with my counterpart, Minister Stephen Donnelly. I understand I am due to meet with him next week. So when it comes to health and well-being, doing what is right will always be my main priority, my mantra, of course, for better outcomes. And given that health services in countries across Europe are under pressure to varying degrees, it does make sense that we work together with our nearest neighbour in a mutually beneficial way to improve outcomes for everybody. And there is, of course, a long-standing principle of cooperation and collaboration with health services in the Republic of Ireland, where this has been demonstrated that it is safe, deliverable and beneficial to patients and their families in both jurisdictions. And indeed, we've seen very good examples of this in the All-Ireland Congenital Heart Disease Network, a single service for children and young people across the island of Ireland, and in the North West Cancer Centre, which I shall return to later. Now, the specialist paediatric services, which are highlighted in the motion, by their nature are relatively low volume, high complexity services, and many already operate on the basis of clinical cooperation with other specialist centres, both in Great Britain and in Ireland. For example, paediatric gastroenterology has on-call support with the South and referral pathways to Great Britain centres. Where there are further viable opportunities for cross-border collaboration within vulnerable or specialist services, I believe that these could and should be fully explored within available resources. So, Principal Deputy Speaker, it's not so much a question of cooperation, it is in fact more a question of capacity. The Child Health Partnership Programme Board, which was established to provide strategic direction to the Child Health Partnership, may consider vulnerable and specialist paediatrics as part of the future work plan of that partnership. Regarding paediatric and perinatal post-mortem services, may I say first of all, I do of course fully sympathise with the devastating loss that many people and families have experienced, and that includes at least one member of this House. So I recognise the importance to them of having the causes of a pregnancy loss or of a child's death examined and understood in a professional and empathetic manner. And Mr McGrath in his remarks talked of two words of efficiency and compassion. I would add also professionalism and empathy. Now, the paediatric and perinatal post-mortem services have been provided to Northern Ireland by Alder-Hay NHS Trust in Liverpool since the 3rd of January in 2019. That's when the service in Belfast became unsustainable following the resignation of the sole paediatric pathologist. Families accessing this service are receiving all the clinical advice, psychological support and aftercare that they require, and I understand the level of uptake of this service is comparable to what it was when it was based in Belfast. That said, I certainly don't disagree a service based on the island of Ireland could be somewhat easier for families who find themselves in this situation. However, until a full assessment of feasibility has been carried out, it is not possible to say that an all-island paediatric pathology service would be viable, either clinically or indeed economically. My department therefore remains committed to progressing scoping work with the Department of Health in Ireland to explore the feasibility of an all-island approach to these services. Progressing the feasibility assessment would require the commitment of governments in both jurisdictions in order to proceed. I give way to the member.
Thank you, Minister, for giving way. Minister, I've met with your counterpart in the South on various occasions, and he's openly willing to explore opportunities on a cross-border basis and suggests that the impetus must come from the Northern Minister. On All-Ireland Healthcare does make sense in terms of sharing resources and expertise to tackle waiting lists and to ensure better health outcomes and efficiencies. The cross-border healthcare directive needs to be reinstated. Centres of excellence make sense, and would the Minister agree that Daisy Hill Hospital is primarily positioned to become a centre of excellence and should be a hub hospital serving its natural hinterlands of counties Armagh, Down, Monaghan, Louth, Cavan potentially, and even Meath? What does the Minister think?
Well, I think the member has made a very good constituency pitch ahead of the next Assembly election. And in terms of the configuration of hospitals, that is something I will be turning to in the weeks ahead. Returning to the children's services I was talking about, I just want to assure members significant efforts had been made to retain a service within Northern Ireland prior to 2019. However, the provision of perinatal and paediatric pathology services is under considerable pressure across the UK and indeed globally due to a shortage of paediatric pathologists. So our first priority must be to ensure Northern Ireland maintains access to high-quality, reliable and timely pathology services at Alder-Hay, at least in the interim, so that bereaved parents can continue to receive pathology reports as quickly as possible. I'm reassured that from the feedback received, parents have felt supported by the interim service provided at Alder-Hay.
Thank the Minister for giving way just on this important topic, and you'll know that a number of weeks ago we brought the baby loss certificate motion to this Assembly which incorporated this issue. But would the Minister agree with me, and I'd hope to be able to raise this with the member from the DUP on this earlier, that for many families, and I know many of them who have experienced this, to have to send their baby on a plane to Liverpool is more traumatic. So in the absence of being able to recruit a paediatric pathologist here in the north, that it makes sense to have access to that, whether it be Dublin, so that it actually makes it easier for families going through that really horrible experience.
I thank the member and the chair for her intervention. Yes. Would I like the service to be available here locally? Yes, of course I would. Is it currently possible to do that? No, it is not. So what are the best alternatives? And the chair makes a compelling point about not having to get on a plane and fly. And so the scoping exercise will be conducted. Mr. Robinson made some points about the unacceptability of the service not being available in Northern Ireland. I would like to assure him that I've taken advice from the Belfast Health and Social Care Trust, and indeed it appears there is a move nationally to centralise services which is not the direction of travel the member wants to see, centralising into fewer centres, and that's because of the international shortage in pathologists with specialist interest in paediatrics. So Alderhay is one of these new centres. There are currently no trainees in the pipeline, and any internationally recruited post holders are likely to go to these national centres. And I remind the member the service was stopped because of retirement. I would also suggest, Principal Deputy Speaker, that this perhaps is one of the sort of jobs that people should not do for life. So, for example, when I was on the policing board, there were police officers whose job was to look through extensive, large files of images of child abuse and child sexual abuse. That's not something any individual should be doing for a 30 or 40-year career, and I think that is part of the problem with paediatric pathology services. Mr. Robinson, by the way, also talked about the budget, and I have to gently say to him, there was no mention in his remarks about assessed need. And the Minister for Finance was very successful in arguing with Treasury that our block grant should not be based on population, but on need. And yet it seems when we come to the health budget, need is forgotten. It is a big quantum, but it is there for a reason. Earlier, Principal Deputy Speaker, I mentioned the North West Cancer Centre based in Ulster-Scots. It serves the whole of the northwest corner of the island, but it's not the only example of such cross-border cooperation in cancer care. The All-Island Cancer Consortium was established in 1999 following the signing of the Good Friday Agreement, and the consortium is credited with saving lives and enhancing quality of life for many cancer survivors by supporting work on cancer clinical trials infrastructure and an all-island joint research project, providing upskilling and training opportunities for scientists, doctors and allied healthcare professionals. Meanwhile, cancer policy units in both health departments have had ongoing engagement over the past couple of years about identifying potential projects to submit for shared island funding applications. These include the use of artificial intelligence in screening applications, development of virtual rapid diagnostic clinics, further developing services at the North West Cancer Centre, and development of community-based support services. Moving on, the motion highlights healthcare pay rates. And let me say at the outset, there is no easy fix. While I acknowledge that pay rates are an integral element to the functioning and efficiency of healthcare services, I must point out that rates of pay across HSC are linked to the Agenda for Change terms and conditions. There's an established and valued policy of pay parity with England for Agenda for Change workers that was hard won. There's a nationally agreed set of terms and conditions under which all healthcare staff within HSC, with the exception of doctors and dentists, are employed. And they are the basis for my department's current commitment to pay parity with England. So the clause in the motion referring to harmonising healthcare pay rates, frankly, poses me an enormous problem. Members will be aware of a Strategic Investment Board assessment of pay and related issues across our public sector in Northern Ireland. My department will be engaging with the Strategic Investment Board to look at wages, the cost of living, tax and other relevant factors across all neighbouring jurisdictions, including the Republic of Ireland. We need to better understand the differences between jurisdictions and attempt to determine potential areas of focus for our particular region. And we should be mindful that different taxation rates, housing costs and overall cost of living factors are key parts of the picture alongside pay. And now let me turn to what I know is a big concern of all members, the issue of waiting lists. At this point, I should make a plea to members. It's easy to make demands in this House for more investment in staff pay, waiting times and a long list of other areas where improvements are badly needed. However, we cannot be blind to the current budgetary realities. We cannot engage in denial. Our waiting lists are not good. We can all agree on that. And I fully understand the distress and the anxiety that long waiting times cause, particularly when patients are suffering pain and discomfort. And of course, long waiting times also have societal impact, which goes much wider than the individuals themselves. Waiting times in Northern Ireland are wholly unacceptable, and tackling them is one of the areas I've committed to focus on over the next 3 years. However, I would point out there has been some progress on this under the elective care framework. Obviously, though, there is much, much more to be done. That framework originally published in June 2021, and it's been updated on the 24th of May this year. It sets the strategic direction for the development and reform of effective and efficient delivery of elective care services here over the next 5 years, and it details measures needed to address the unacceptable waiting lists. For many years, we've been heavily dependent on the availability of additional non-recurrent funding to tackle waiting lists, and this funding has been used to secure extra capacity, both in-house and in the independent sector, including providers in the Republic of Ireland across a range of elective specialties. And I know that Nuala McAllister was asking about returning to the committee with some thoughts about bringing back some cross-border programmes. We shall do that in due course. The member was also asking about when we will have news about the structure of our hospital network, and the member was suggesting that there would be a statement in June. I think because of the general election purdah period, it is more likely that it will be coming to the House in the week beginning Monday, the 8th of July, to discuss that issue. In addition, my predecessor introduced the Republic of Ireland reimbursement scheme in June 2021 as part of the elective care framework to help reduce this. The scheme provided an option for patients to seek and pay for routinely commissioned health service treatment within the private sector in the Republic, and then have the costs reimbursed up to the cost of the treatment to the NHS in Northern Ireland. And I take Mrs Dodds' point about the fact that some cannot afford to pay up front. Principal Deputy Speaker, I think I'm running out of time, so I'm glad I didn't go for the 12-minute option before we broke. Just to acknowledge Mr Donnelly saying, Bengoa, the report is on the shelf. It's not on the shelf. Some actions have been taken, for example, the day procedure units at Lagan Valley and home hospitals. But Principal Deputy Speaker, I can inform the House, I was in discussions with Professor Bengoa as recently as yesterday, and he will have more to say about reform of our health service in the months to come, certainly before the end of the calendar year.
Thank you, Minister. And just to say, recess is on Friday, 5th of July, not Monday, the 8th. So, just in case you want to bring something forward before that. I'm going to call Mark Durgan to wind in the motion, and Mark, just to advise you that you have 10 minutes.
We have a health system whose prognosis is critical, where urgent no longer means urgent, and red flag has lost its urgency. Patients face prolonged waits and uncertainty at the expense of their health. The erosion of these categorisations reflects a system under immense strain, where timely access to care is not only compromised, but in some cases seems a pipe dream. Practically every health service waiting list in the north is breaking records, bad ones. Half of people waiting to access mental health services here wait longer than 9 weeks. Over 17,000 people are on a waiting list for occupational therapy, being stripped of their dignity. Almost 25,000 people await orthopaedic surgery, with some crippled by pain being told they'll wait 7 years to access a knee replacement. How is that acceptable? Patients right across the spectrum of health services are being referred for treatment for conditions which, once manageable, have become unbearable as a result of unconscionable delays. The failure to deliver timely health care not only costs the public purse dearly, it costs lives. We stand at a critical juncture, facing formidable health challenges that weren't created overnight. In fact, pre-pandemic, our waiting lists were 100 times bigger. That's worse than in England, a region with 30 times population bigger than here. The festering wounds of the health service went unsalved during political collapse. Past health ministers have failed to invest in health, and that saw our workforce driven to the picket lines to demand not just fair pay, but also to fight for the safety of the patients that they care for. There was little attempt to resolve this situation, As a result, health has paid the heaviest price. After more than a decade of mismanagement of, albeit a shrinking, public purse by the two big parties here, and a refusal to implement transformation as per the Bungoa report, the executive had the key to reforming the health system, but didn't bother to turn the lock. Embracing cross-border healthcare is born out of necessity, but also practicality. It's an imperative response to our growing waiting lists and healthcare disparities. As has already been highlighted, collaboration with the South will allow the maximisation of available healthcare resources, provide opportunities for medical professionals through shared expertise, and offers a potential for cost savings and better allocation of healthcare funds.
Would the member give way?
I'm sorry, I'll come to you at the end of time, Patsy. The success of the ROI reimbursement scheme is testament to the need to drive cross-border solutions. During its last iteration in 2022, over 2,000 patients availed of the provision in just 14 months. People are contacting my office, and I'm sure others, by the dozen, desperately seeking updates on the return of the scheme. Painful timeframes are proving devastating for patients and their families. People are living in agony. Their lives turned upside down in a health system that no longer catches people when they fall. Patients are turning to their credit union books, or dipping into their life savings, or even worse, borrowing money off God knows who and God knows where to access health care. That's become an all too familiar story. And while the scheme wasn't perfect, as Ms Dodds was eager to point out, it did offer a glimmer of hope. The current system is ridiculous. We have patients actually crisscrossing the border on a weekly basis in their busloads for procedures in the north, such as cataract surgeries. Meanwhile, patients here can't access the same treatment in a timely manner. That said, the North West Cancer Centre stands as a shining example of successful cross-border collaboration. Its success underscores the power of partnership and regional cooperation in delivering specialised healthcare services where they are needed most. And I'm conscious that it was the Speaker who was Health Minister at that time, as he often reminds us. But sadly, the pragmatism and vision that he demonstrated in that role seems to be lacking in his colleagues today. Despite state-of-the-art cancer services in the North West, widening health inequalities have hit hard in this highly deprived region. The fact that a child in Derry has a life expectancy 11 to 15 years less than a child in a more affluent area is harrowing. The expected lifespan of a man in Derry is lower than one in countries like Lebanon and Cuba, according to research conducted by the Department of Health. The state of health here isn't like Beirut, it's worse. It's incredible in a place as small as Northern Ireland that there are such disparities across and within council areas. The largest inequality gap within the Western Trust and other trust areas was in terms of deaths due to drug misuse. We see the impact of drug misuse and addiction, the bereaved parents whose lives have been shattered, the individuals feeling that they've nowhere else to turn. The escalation, both in severity and volume of cases, is heartbreaking. At the moment, there are far too many vulnerable people falling through the gaps of addiction and mental health support services, and many cross the permeable border on a daily basis. It's no coincidence that drug-related deaths have trebled in a decade. It's a direct consequence of Tory austerity and of failed leadership here. On the motion, the harmonisation of pay, especially within border regions, is of particular importance to prevent our specialist staff leaving in their droves. It used to be the case that nurses, doctors and AHPs had to take a plane across the water or across the world for better paid opportunities. Now they just have to hop into their cars and drive a few minutes down the road. I spoke to one health specialist recently who is paid 2/3 more for her expertise across the border, as are several of her ex and now new colleagues who have headed south for more reward. And who would blame them? The failure to pay a health service what they're worth is an embarrassment. Worse, it's draining the lifeblood of the health system, and any savings that this achieves are false. Look at the spend on locums, look at the spend on agency staff, look at the failure to deliver services. This is something that I would implore the Minister to consider with regards to the capitation formula for trusts. There should be, he spoke of agenda for change, the need for pay parity. There has to be a weighting in border areas to prevent that hemorrhaging of staff across the border. The health budget is stretched to breaking point, like a threadbare blanket, unable to cover all the needs. Inevitably, vulnerable people will fall through those gaps. But we are no clearer on how the government plans to address the crisis in health. And where are we with transformation? It's all well and good pumping money into a system. I wish we could even pump more into it. But that system is crying out for reform. We need to do things differently to ensure maximum impact of the money that is spent. We should be exploring, or doing more than exploring, all-island collaboration on bespoke specialist areas like Tier 2 obesity services, cross-border enhancements in social work services in terms of safeguarding and data sharing, as well as perinatal and paediatric pathology service is vital. It's unacceptable that since 2019, post-mortem examinations have had to be carried out in England due to a lack of specialist staff, adding further distress to grieving parents. 5 years ago, I'd received assurances from the Permanent Secretary that work was underway to seek a cross-border solution. It's unforgivable that to date there has been no progress. However, the DUP's position on this and their rationale for opposing this motion is typical of their approach to nasal amputation. They cut off their nose to spite their face, an approach that continues to cost people dear. And no wonder our health service is in such a state when you look at the approach of our two biggest parties. They say that health is a priority when clearly politics always comes first. Sinn Féin have only had one member in the chamber for the majority of this debate. I'm glad to see she's now been joined by a few more. I was worried that abstentionism had now been reapplied to Stormont as well. I do agree with Ms Kimmon's view, however, that getting into a car and driving even for a couple of hours is preferable for families than having to get on a plane in that most awful of journeys. We must build a healthcare system that is responsive, resilient and compassionate, a system that leaves no patient behind and values our heroic health staff who carry out Herculean tasks on a daily basis.
Okay, so the question is that the motion standing on order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes. The ayes have it. No. Aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay, the next item. I'm just asking members to check their ears, please, because we need to minister in for the next item. Okay. Is an opposition motion on an all-island tourism. Clerk, will you please read the motion?
That this Assembly notes the importance of tourism as a driver of an all-island economy, further notes that the biggest port of entry for Northern Ireland visitors remains Dublin Airport, expresses concern that the UK Government's electronic travel authorisation scheme poses a fundamental risk to all-Ireland tourism, calls on the Minister for the Economy to work with the Irish Government to link the Wild Atlantic Way with the Causeway Coastal Route, promote Derry as a destination city, linking both jurisdictions, and include counties Armagh and Down in Ireland's ancient east, and further calls on the Minister for the Economy to work with the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to formulate an agreed executive position against the UK Government's electronic travel authorisation scheme, and to report to the Assembly on the progress of these issues no later than September 2024.
Thank you. And I call Sinead McLaughlin to move the motion on behalf of the opposition.
So moved.
Thanks, Sinead. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. There are 2 amendments that have been selected and are published on the Marshall list. So the Business Committee has agreed that 16 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. So, Sinead, can you please open the motion?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm pleased to propose the motion today on all-Ireland tourism. For the last 26 years, tourism has driven higher employment, productivity and better well-being for so many people. In 2019, the sector contributed to over £1 billion of revenue, and prior to the pandemic, employed almost 71,000 people in the region, an increase of 9% since 2017. We have huge opportunity to work together as an island to build on that opportunity, including by extending the already successful brands of the Wild Atlantic Way into Northern Ireland. I have been making this case for the extension of the Wild Atlantic Way since I was elected, and importantly for the promotion of Derry as the regional capital that links our 2 jurisdictions. I'm also happy to confirm our support for the Sinn Féin amendment today for the inclusion of the counties Fermanagh and Tyrone in Ireland's hidden heartlands. Supporting the integration and inclusion of these brands is not diluting our own tourism brands. Each region will continue to promote its own tourism assets, from the lakes of Fermanagh to the walls of Derry, to the glens of Antrim, to the mountains of Mourne, and many other beautiful places in between. Though I have to be honest, when I pressed officials from the department a few weeks ago at the Economy Committee about the integration of these globally recognised Irish brands, I was surprised at the slow pace of progress that has been made. This has been a concept that has been discussed for many years, but I see no evidence of an action plan on linking these brands, nor of costings, for example, when it comes to signage, which will be fairly significant. We all know the benefit of linking up those routes. So let's get on with it to attract people to that part of our island and see our integrated offering. In Newry, Mourne and Down, my colleagues have been campaigning for the inclusion of the counties Armagh and Down in Ireland's ancient east. Bringing those counties into the brand could have the potential to drive an exponential growth in the tourism industry. However, it is not only a vehicle for economic growth. Including Armagh and Down in Ireland's ancient east is also a vehicle for reconciliation. Given the enormous shared history of those counties for both major traditions on this island, the potential for telling our shared story to the world through an increased tourism offering cannot be underestimated. I hope we can make progress at pace on the expansion of these brands, and we also know that there is so much more we can do for the sector as a whole. If we invest, we can grow the sector to be at least £2 billion industry by 2030. However, we all know that the all-island tourism market faces significant challenges, not least in the form of the electronic travel authorisation scheme. The biggest port of entry for all our visitors to this part, for some of our visitors or most of our visitors to this part of the island, remains Dublin Airport. This proposal threatens that mobility and represents an existential challenge to the sector in some areas. The scheme, which is estimated to result in a loss of more than £160 million per year, is both flawed and misguided. It could only have been dreamt up by a Tory government that lacks both knowledge and understanding of this island. Research has shown in black and white that this would discourage people from moving from north to south, and the sector as a whole has been sounding the alarm. The Minister needs to work together with the whole Executive to agree a position against the ETA. We also do not feel able to support the DUP amendment on this motion. Their amendment would be a case of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. A time-bound exemption to the electronic travel authorisation scheme would not solve the problem, but would only lead to confusion on the part of our visitors. The full rollout of this scheme by early 2025 must be stopped, and we are asking for a statement on progress on this issue by no later than September of this year. While I understand that the Minister has written to the Home Office ministers in relation to this, we just can't keep on writing a letter. And hopefully a new government in Westminster will be more perceptive to your engagements. I want to see the plan from the Minister and concrete actions. Finally, Speaker, I would urge the Minister to now progress the development and the funding of that tourism strategy and the action plan to go alongside it. And while the Minister's new partnership board is welcome, we need to see long-awaited delivery to support our communities and their potential by building progress on the last 26 years and make investment that is worthy of this sector's potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinead. And I call Philip Bratt to move amendment number 1.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the SDLP spokesperson.
Sorry, Philip, if you just
moved, apologies, sorry.
You're grand. You're grand. It's just to advise you that you've got 5 minutes to propose your amendment, but you've only got 3 minutes to wind. Okay, so start again.
Thank you. I was trying to squeeze as much in as Ms McLaughlin managed to get in her 5-minute contribution, and thank you for that. I am pleased to move the amendment in my name and in my colleague's name. And like Ms McLaughlin, I recognise the vital importance that tourism plays in the economy here in Northern Ireland. There can be no underplaying the revolutionary role that it has played in all communities right across Northern Ireland. But we do have some concerns with the motion that has been put forward by the opposition. Central to the building of Northern Ireland's tourism brand has been the recognition that Northern Ireland has a unique offering to the people of Northern Ireland. When I think of Ms McLaughlin's home city, the Our Time, Our Place campaign, the Legendary campaign, all of which were uniquely Northern Ireland. This motion does not recognise that and seeks to, in my view, undermine the important role that we have as a standalone tourism offering on these islands. The launching of the Embrace Giant Spirit by the Department in 2019 has been tested within the market, and the figures provided by the Department show that there was a 30% increase in the number of people showing an interest in visiting Northern Ireland by having that standalone strong brand for Northern Ireland. But we do fully support the practical relationships and cooperation between both jurisdictions on this island in the matter of cross-border tourism, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and this includes creating a cohesive messaging on either side of the border, but that needs to be taken forward in a partnership approach, not a one-size-fits-all approach. As the House will be aware, responsibility for the development of the tourism product here in Northern Ireland rests with Tourism Northern Ireland, and that needs to be the outworkings of the approach taken forward, in my view, by the Minister. Colleagues on the Economy Committee will have read the respondents, including from Ms McLaughlin's home city, in relation to the tourism strategy that went out to consultation before the current Minister took up office. And as I made the point at the committee, all the evidence that was showed there was no overwhelming demand from the sector in terms of having an all-island approach on this. What they wanted to see was Tourism Ireland focusing rightly on the market within Northern Ireland and not being an afterthought within that. So I'd encourage those who want to oppose our amendment to actually read the responses of those involved in the tourism sector here in Northern Ireland, because that reflects, I will happily give way.
taking the intervention. I can appreciate what you're saying. However, I have worked along many years in the Chamber of Commerce in Derry, and we have been pushing to be part of the Wild Atlantic Way for as long as it was up and running, because we've seen the opportunity for us to be at the beginning and the end of something that was quite significant and special on this island.
And I understand that unique case that you make, but what I'm continuing to make the point is that Northern Ireland has a great tourism brand, and any attempt to dilute that would simply undermine tourism right across Northern Ireland. Quickly turning to the ETA, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, this is something in which parties, I think, are united on. However, there's an important thing to remember in this. The European Union will be introducing its own ETA scheme as well, and I'm sure the member will want to contact the European Union to tell them not to introduce the scheme. I know their party leader is continuing to stop Brexit, but maybe he can continue to try and push this issue. What we need in this is a collaborative approach, and the Executive and this Assembly speaking with one voice. And I'm sure in summing up, she will make clear that the alternative to the ETA here in Northern Ireland is not having one between and within the United Kingdom. When the Minister sums up, I would be keen if he could maybe give the House a slight update on a number of issues. One was in relation to the air connectivity review, which I know his department had commissioned, and I think findings have come back to his department. Air connectivity into Northern Ireland and our 3 airports will continue to be a major source of tourism. We need to continue to build on that. The Partnership Board, I think the Minister is continuing to look at the terms of reference and who he wishes to appoint to that board, but I'm sure the House would welcome an update in relation to that. And within our amendment also, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, we highlight the vital role that GB tourism plays here in Northern Ireland. Tourism visitors from GB are the single biggest destination for visitors here to Northern Ireland, and this motion does not recognise that, and there's more to be built upon that. So I think our amendment to the motion is something that all members of this House should support. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Spot on time. Thank you, Philip. I'll now ask Anya Murphy to move amendment number 2.
Moved.
Thank you, Anya. So, as before, you'll have 5 minutes to propose the amendment, and there's only 3 minutes to wind. And again, just to remind people, all other speakers have got 5 minutes. So, Anya, move the debate on your amendment.
Gormley Agat Pre, Blascan Collier, and Arrays to propose the amendment today in order to make the case for the inclusion of County Fermanagh and Tyrone within this motion and outline my constituency's link to the Hidden Heartlands. As MLA representing Fermanagh and South Tyrone, and in my own biased opinion, the most idyllic constituency, I would be very keen to see its inclusion in Ireland's Hidden Heartlands. Our local tourism sector in Fermanagh has grown in recent years, not just because of the uniqueness of our offering, but also because the local community and hospitality sector has poured so much time, energy, and most importantly, investment into making our county the best possible tourist destination it can be. I'm sure that most people will be familiar with our infamous Stairway to Heaven, Marble Arch Caves, Boatyard Distillery, Beleak Pottery, to name a few of the attractions that we have on offer. Fermanagh has also been aptly described as the Lake District of the North, and for good reason. Lough Erne covers 2/3 of our county. Every year, thousands of visitors come to enjoy all the loch has to offer. From fishing, boating and water sports, it's also a popular destination for historians because of its rich Celtic history. The Shannon-Erne waterway connects Lough Erne to the River Shannon, creating a route into the inland waterways of Hidden Heartland counties. Ireland's Hidden Heartlands is the most recently established of the 3 strategies being launched in 2018, and according to Fáilte Ireland, the strategy attracted 449,000 overseas visitors, generating £178 million. This money supports local economies, creates jobs and opportunities, and makes rural towns and villages economically sustainable. As time moves on and the Hidden Heartland strategy reaches a wider audience, I am confident that the number of visitors will continue to grow, but I think it would be a huge missed opportunity if Fermanagh and Tyrone are not included.
I will conclude my remarks there, Privlas Can Collier, and I look forward to listening to others' contributions on a sector that rightly deserves a lot of praise and support into the future.
Thank you, Anya. I call David Honeyford. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Alliance believes in better, breaking down division and working for a shared future, which is what drives us. And in terms of tourism, that means attracting more visitor numbers and greater spend into our economy. With 83% of visitors coming to this island through the south, we should collectively work hard to remove all barriers and any barriers that in our power that prevents or stops attracting more of those visitors north. We also should be working to encourage a rebalancing on the island for the connectivity to bring more north. And I said in the previous debate about infrastructure and improving that to bring more better links across Northern Ireland, to rebalance that connectivity and attract more directly here. The UK's ETA is a major risk to our tourism industry. With only 5.6% of our GDP, that's half of what it should be. And if we're to match other regions, and a solution to how ETA operates here needs to be found quickly, and I would encourage the Minister. Yeah, absolutely.
The member may or may not be aware the British Irish Parliamentary Assembly did some considerable work on the ETA and the issues surrounding it. I just wonder whether the Minister could comment on whether he had received that report from BIPA or not, and indeed the indications given by the then, or I suppose to be the current British government until it runs out in a few days' time, that they were going to look at favourably looking at sort of derogations for the ETA. If they could do that, that would be quite useful. Sorry, thank you.
Sure, that's an intervention for me, but I'll leave Steve to his cheers. But I would encourage, I know the Minister has spoken about this, so I appreciate that, and I appreciate it come back as soon as possible. Tourism is an area of our economy that we can quickly grow, starting by removing barriers that we inflict on ourselves. We only have to watch the TVs at the minute, and the Euros is on now. And you look at Euro 2028, we should have a Minister that's banging the door down in Downing Street to deliver that here. We have the opportunity with everything sitting for us to take and to capture, and not only the Euros in 2028, but everything that moves forward on that. And the fact that we seem to simply just be happy enough to let that opportunity miss is absolutely disgraceful. And it's something that we should be, as an Assembly, arguing and fighting that we deliver here to help this place. I said in the earlier debate today that it's important to repeat in the context of tourism that Alliance aspires to enhance North-South economic cooperation, bringing shared economic opportunity across the island of Ireland, while equally supporting the GP trade, which remains our biggest market. To drive economic growth, and in this case to drive tourism numbers and spend, Alliance believes we need to better connect this island, and I chatted through that earlier in the previous debate. And yes, we have two different jurisdictions, yes, we have two different currencies, but the key to attracting tourism and tourists here is to make the visit north as easy and as natural experience as absolutely possible. So we should be confident in ourselves and maximise our sale and encourage spend north through our attractions by putting even by removing and taking away even subtle barriers that are in the way, and we heard about that in the Economy Committee from experts last week. So the DUP motion says stuff, but Philip said something very different in this chamber, and I would disagree with him on that. But I look at what we've got to visit, because it's really special here. We've World Historic Sites, as has been mentioned, and it's a region that we live and we enjoy. Marketed on our home and our people, rather than trying to include something different to an overall campaign for international visitors, is what will attract. And we need simple, consistent branding. The DUP amendment, I think, slightly misses the point of the motion, but equally it doesn't really take away, although Philip has said something very different. But he talked about our unique branding, and I say with slight jest, but the motion actually doesn't even include our branding. It's misrepresented. So the branding is embrace a giant spirit, which I actually had to Google. But the motion just says embrace a giant. So it's not maybe as effective as easy to remember for the DUP as they've said. But when you want better, let's then follow the professionals. Give them a brief, and if any of sales executives will tell you, keep the message really simple, keep it consistent, and maximise your sale to the world. Let's keep politics out of this and work to improve our economy. Let the imaginary and imagination and the people tell the story. And of course we should ensure that Northern Ireland is well included and covered and well promoted within that package. But the Wild Atlantic Way is branded and visitors come from around the world. When I think of the Wild Atlantic Way, I think of the Cliffs of Moher and I think of the Ring of Kerry and the beaches in Donegal. Each destination in their own right. And it seems crazy that offering doesn't also include the Giant's Causeway and the North Coast. And on the way you see Downhill, Port Stewart, Port Rush. It's just simple, consistent branding, and that's the key to international visitors. The Ancient East would include my constituency of Lagan Valley, and what's not to like? Attracting more visitors, spending in the local bars, shops, restaurants. How can you market the Ancient East but not include the Mournes or into Belfast or in Lagan Valley with Hillsborough Village, the Georgian Village, the only royal castle on this island? And I can't miss but mention the Maze is next door, and we should be moving on with that. But selling our assets to the world and using them as an economic driver for tourism is a benefit to all. Growing that 5.6% of GDP and pushing to 10% is what we should be aiming for, and we need to get on with it. Thank you.
Appreciate that, David. I call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I start by apologising for missing topical questions for communities. My timing was just pretty shoddy. Madam Speaker, I think this is a good motion. I think it's a good amendment, and I have no issue with Sinn Féin's amendment either. In fact, it draws me back to my childhood when I used to holiday in Fermanagh with my mother and father on the lakes. So it's a good one to discuss, and we're all fortunate to live on this island, be that in Ireland or be that in Northern Ireland. We have a rich heritage, history and culture. The motion and the amendments outline some of the wonderful tourist attractions that we have, which draw people here from across the world and from across the British Isles. The Wild Atlantic Way, the Causeway coast routes, Londonderry, the walled maiden city, Fermanagh and Tyrone, hidden heartlands, Armagh and Down, Ancient East. These are all wonderful things which makes us stand out. We have exceptional golf courses, lakes and mountains. We have the Titanic Museum, superb hospitality, food, sporting event and leisure activities. All the ingredients are there, and we just need a plan. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to concentrate maybe on three elements, and I hope people don't mind that I'm going to concentrate on the Northern Ireland element of it, because I think sometimes it is missed when we look at the whole, but it really is part of the whole. I was in New York visiting Tourism Ireland. I think it was just after COVID had started to ease. And I was talking to them, and they were talking about the routes between North America and Ireland reopening again, and they're vital to tourism for us. But all of those routes, I have to say, were into to the Republic of Ireland, into Ireland, and they weren't coming in to Northern Ireland. And it's really key that we try, within our tourism strategy, to try and get those and more of those routes direct from North America, United States, into Northern Ireland. And there's been much talk about US pre-clearance for Northern Ireland. I think it would be an absolute game changer for us. I know it's a difficult one. Oh, of course, yeah.
I think some colleagues know what I might be about to intervene on. Is the member aware that in the last 4 years we have spent £10 million subsidising, trying to get long-haul routes out of Belfast International, and it doesn't work? So if we've tried that, though I don't disagree with the aspiration, it would appear that it's a pretty hard thing to do, and we could maybe direct our energies elsewhere. But I acknowledge the aspiration.
I'm glad you don't disagree, and I'm glad you're a person of aspiration, and I'm also a person of aspiration, so I will keep that aspiration. I do think we should still aim to get it in. I still think that US pre-clearance would be important. The issue about the electronic travel authorisation, this is an absolute obstacle to tourism, without a shadow of a doubt. And if it was gone, that is by far the best. Not having the ETA would be the best outcome for everybody. Of course, we know that. However, having attended the Northern Ireland Chamber of Commerce mission brief, business growth brief, they outlined that this was a real issue, and they said that they think that we could, as the DUP have outlined, and this has come from the Northern Ireland Chamber of Commerce, create a 5-day waiver for movement, including tourists and tour operators, working with the Irish Government to create an Island of Ireland mobility task force. So that 5-day waiver isn't ideal, but the Northern Ireland Chamber of Commerce is saying there's a solution to the problem that's been put in front of us. So there's two issues that I think, and that's the direct flights coming in from North America and the ETA, which we need to come up with sensible solutions if we're not going to be able to get rid of it. But clearly, and I will concede to the motion that getting rid of it is the best thing to do. And the last one I'd like to raise is the issue of our hospitality sector. Because there's no point having all of these things if we don't focus on our hospitality sector. Our hospitality sector is part of the draw to get people to come to this part of the island across the whole of the island. And it will help create an economic bounce. But to fully staff the sector, we need controlled migration. That means working to reduce the minimum salary threshold from £38,000 to something that's more akin to our average wage here is £32,000. What we're basically saying is at this moment in time, those key people that we need to come and work in our hospitality sector can't come here because they can't earn £38,000. But our average wage is around 32. We're being priced out. To allow Northern Ireland to compete on an all-Ireland tourist strategy, we must provide the tools that give our hospitality tourism business a level playing field. To reduce VAT rates for hospitality and tourism to 13.5%, which is in line with what they have in Ireland, the same as the rate, provides a huge opportunity for the industry here. So it's okay to have an all-Ireland strategy, but there must be a degree of harmonisation, and reducing the VAT on the hospitality sector could help us with that harmonisation. We have to look at what's in front of us. The ETA is in front of us, and we're going to have to deal with it. And I think the DUP's amendment actually does give a solution, because that's the solution that the Northern Ireland Chamber of Commerce has given us as well, although it's not ideal. And lastly is the aspiration of direct routes from North America into Northern Ireland and US pre-clearance for leaving Northern Ireland to go to North America. They may be aspirations, but let's think big. Let's not think small.
Thank you, Doug. I call Andrew McMurray.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the motion, and the tourism industry is important to the Northern Ireland economy, and if there are opportunities to develop and grow the economy, then within reason this should be explored. And from the outset as well, it must be noted there is already much all-island collaboration within this industry, and while the motion is welcome, as is often the case, the industry is ahead of the curve when it comes to this matter. Just touching on the Wild Atlantic Way, while slightly outside of my constituency, well, the other end of Northern Ireland, I've spent a fair bit of time in the Atlantic, off the north coast. Ever since as a child, I knew that the North Antrim coast was the Atlantic, and I think that's very important there. In a previous life, again, me and my wife, before they had children, we would spend many's a weekend longer exploring coast crags, surf breaks of Ireland's west coast, and as a result, the Wild Atlantic Way. And I can categorically say that the beaches, cliffs and islands of our North Atlantic coast are as consistently stunning as any part of the Wild Atlantic Way. Thank you very much. As such, I can understand precisely why it would be beneficial and desirable for the Wild Atlantic Way to follow the Atlantic coast all the way around to where it meets the North Channel and in effect becomes the Irish Sea. There are numerous micro-businesses which have flourished, not because there's anything new about the landscape, but that the package of the Wild Atlantic Way resonates with domestic and international visitors alike. A tourist making their way around the Donegal section of the Wild Atlantic Way, perhaps unaware of our constitutional nuances, will simply see that it ends somewhere around Lough Foyle, yet the golden strands of Benone, Portstewart, Portrush, no one's spectacular fair head will be waving at them, but they'll not progress any further. And again on the South Down has a logical and cast iron claim to be included in Ireland's ancient East. Carningford Lough has served to connect the coolies and the Mournes and the people of them. To have it finish in the Turriside somewhere around Omeath with Kilbrony and Slieve Martin within view seems an unutilised opportunity. Incorporating Ireland's ancient East into our tourism package is most welcomed by the industry. South Down has a natural beauty, Strangford and Carlingford Lochs, the Mourne Mountains and Dramara Hills, a rich ancient and built heritage, Suderins, castles, abbeys and castles, as well as our recent industrial pass with our County Down Railway. But it's not just the ancient which makes it so appealing to visitors, as there's a thriving activity tourism sector and a top-class hospitality sector. So my own constituency of South Down would benefit from seeing the extension of Ireland's ancient east into the district, given the natural and physical linkage that there is. And so while Ireland's ancient east is a great way to capture the essence of what is on offer, it does not perhaps accurately reflect the wide scope of the product on offer, and this matters twofold. It's about getting visitors to consider the area as a destination and then presenting the range of possibilities to them. And collaboration, as I understand it, is already going on, and indeed it is many stakeholders from the north which are leading on developing this evolving brand. And for me, that encapsulates with this motion and the elements of the amendment. There is room for both. That is to say that the reference Wild Atlantic Way, Ireland's ancient east, and Ireland's hidden heartlands, while allowing for differentiation when in the north. Again, as I understand it, having an overarching theme and then further localised themes within that is a fairly commonplace technique within the tourism industry. And what these terms essentially do is package something which is easy to understand and encourages people to visit Ireland. For too long, Northern Ireland has not utilised the tourism potential in which to develop our economy. It is essentially an opportunity to promote our part of the island. Economies of scale that would suggest that by being part of the larger brand, my constituency would benefit from an extension, while also keeping what is unique to us. While extending is grand and important, the industry must also evolve in this matter. And just want to touch on one last couple of points. While the motion, it's correct to see tourism as an economic driver, we should also be cognizant that it should not be simply seen as a numbers game in which the aim is to see exponential growth. Growth is important, but so too is sustainability and regeneration. Essentially not what the visitor or site can extract, but rather what it can ensure that it gives back. Cognizance should also be given to what physical numbers any area can comfortably support, as well ensuring that locals are fully supportive of what developments are to come through the tourism. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Andrew. I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Whether from Downpatrick to Dunmore or from Malin to Mizzen, the island of Ireland boasts almost 33,000 square miles of natural beauty, and it's a heritage and history of many thousands of years, and a people who are known the world over for our humour, generosity and indeed our kindness. This shared home we inhabit has words and wonder, music and mythology woven through its rich history and heritage. All across the world, people make their journeys to this island either to visit an ancestral home, catch up with family, or simply to enjoy a holiday. Regardless of the reasons why people make their journey here, to the point that it is a spiritual pilgrimage for some, one thing that is inevitable is that they return home changed for the better. Such is our impact upon them. As custodians of this ancient isle, it is our duty to struggle with that most difficult of dichotomies. How do we manage a landscape aged and shaped by its natural surroundings, and then package a tourism product shaped by poets and dreamers that we can then market to outside nations? That is an unenviable task, but it's a worthwhile one. It is because of our ability to do this that we have created such well-known brands for tourism in South Down, including the legacy of St Patrick, the Mourne Mountains, the Games of Thrones Tour, historic golf clubs in Newcastle and Arglass, and the world-renowned Fiddler's Green Festival in Rostrevor. That is a brief snapshot of what we have to offer in just one part of this isle. However, there is still much more that we can do, and the way in which we do it will be through our ability to bring our tourism product to others. So whether it is through improved park and ride facilities in Newcastle and Downpatrick, the access to our wider island through Carlingford Ferry, or what will be soon available through the transformative development of the completion of the Narrow Water Bridge, the opportunities for further enhancement of our tourism product will only be as limited as our ambition. So by matching our trade and tourism brands, such as those previously referenced, with those in the south, such as Ireland's ancient east, of which Southdown is essential, and also Ireland's hidden heartlands, I have no doubt that we will be able to inhabit and share and grow in the affections of people the world over. And to do so anything less than that is absolutely ridiculous. We have the products, we have everything in place. We're just not doing the marketing and the connections to be able to bring the two halves together. And in doing that, what will we do? We will enhance the economies in both sides. We will encourage jobs. We will bring prosperity. There is absolutely nothing to be lost by connecting these tourism products and selling what we have in spades and what we do best. And that's why I would support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to speak in the final SDLP Opposition Day motion of this term, because soon, in a week or two, we'll be in recess. The purpose of the motion is to highlight and underpin what we share on this island and the potential to share more in a way that maximises tourism potential. But I would underscore what was said by the two previous speakers from Southdown, one my party colleague, Colin McGrath, and before him Andrew McMurray of the Alliance Party, that sustainability and sustaining those landscapes is as important as maximising the benefit from it. It is critical that we deliver on the overdue promise of linking up the Wild Atlantic Way to the city of Derry, the ancient city of Derry, and the glorious North Coast and all that history that goes along with it, and indeed Ireland's ancient East with the rest of the east of this island. It is frankly absurd that Ireland's ancient East does not include the site of St Patrick's burial, that Ireland's ancient East does not include all of the monastic and Neolithic sites that populate that part of the island, and of course the amendment to include gorgeous places like Fermanagh in Ireland's hidden heartland is of course well intended, and we will support it. I just want to touch on a couple of comments that have been made by colleagues in the Chamber. There is much to agree with in the DUP amendment, though we are not wholly supportive of all of it. I would acknowledge that there is specific progress that has been made in terms of ameliorating the ETA, the Electronic Travel Authorisation Scheme. It is, however, important to say and to send out a message from this Assembly that we reject it outright. It can be ameliorated, but it is a fundamental risk to the whole island. Having a few days of grace, as it were, is not as good as having the thing gone entirely. So I still would encourage that the Executive can come to a position to oppose it, and ideally to persuade or to at least lobby the new incoming UK government to get rid of it. There is one slight anomaly I notice in the DUP amendment, which says that the Northern Ireland's distinctive tourism brand is, quote, embrace a giant. I think they're missing a word. I think it's supposed to be embrace a giant spirit. Now, I know the party leader, Gavin Robinson, is a big gentleman, but I'm not sure we should be encouraging every tourist that arrives in this part of Ireland to embrace him, literally. Certainly, I'm sure the voters in East Belfast will be encouraged to over the next wee while. But I digress. There is nothing exclusive about it is not impossible to extend brands like the Wild Atlantic Way and Ireland's Ancient East without also celebrating and amplifying what is specific and local. And yes, that will include what is specific and local to Northern Ireland. That doesn't in any way compromise locally distinctive identities, brands. Earlier on in the previous question session, the Communities Minister was talking about Ulster-Scots and the contribution of the Scots-Irish Ulster-Scots to North America and the creation of the United States. That is going to be a very distinctive part of the tourism offer in this part of the world that's distinctive, that you will not get in the same way in Cork or Dublin. So yes, of course, we do have to have a distinctive regional brand. There will be different parts of history. Someone who is spending part of the day in Downpatrick looking at St Patrick's grave and looking at the ancient Neolithic history in that part of the world could that afternoon drive up to Mr Honeyford's constituency and go and visit Hillsborough Castle, which is about an entirely different period in our history. Both Anglo-Irish and indeed the modern day links with the royal family. That's plurality, that richness of this part of the world, this part of the island, and other parts of the island is something we should be celebrating. It's nothing to be afraid of, and that is what our motion is all about. Indeed, this city of Belfast, is in many ways an example of that. It is the second city of this island, but it is also a city where an enlightenment happened in the 18th century. It had radical Presbyterians who set a new course for the whole island. That history is fascinating. It's something that is entirely, as it were, cross-community, cross-border, and fascinating. All of the richness of these brands and these identities are ones that we should be working to maximise the benefit of. So I'm really pleased that we've had such, I hope, a fruitful debate today. There is a clear view that we can benefit from extending these brands on a cross-border basis, that we can have a multiple plural offer to tourists who come here. I will, however, underline the point, just in my closing remarks, that we are wasting £2.5 million a year by subsidising long-haul flights out of Belfast, which have not been here for more than half a decade and are unlikely to be here in the very near future. Most people who come to the north come via Dublin Airport. That will continue to be the case into the future. Let's offer them a bright, shining, diverse, fascinating tourism offer on this island and in this part of the island, but let's not kid ourselves that we're going to replace Dublin Airport as a major international air hub anytime soon, because we're not. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Matthew, I call Justin McNulty.
I wholeheartedly welcome the opportunity to speak on this important SDLP motion here today. It will come to no surprise to members that I am a proud South Armagh man. And why wouldn't I be? Our South Armagh has some of the most compelling tourism assets in Ireland. Historic sites that predate the pyramids and a myriad of heritage sites which beautifully and powerfully illustrate the shared tapestry of our history. If you've never been to the top of Slieve Gullion and crawled into the court cairn, they're the highest surviving court cairn in Ireland, I encourage you to go and see it and experience it. And I believe firmly, I've made representations to ministers here, that the corbelling of that court cairn should be repaired. It was opened in the 60s when an archaeologist who had borrowed Sean O'Grady from Ballinex's tractor excavated the court cairn and removed the corbelling at the top, and it should be replaced as it was to increase the excitement of the experience for children crawling into that court cairn. Over the last number of years, I've worked alongside my local SDLP colleagues in advocating for inclusion of counties Armagh and Down in Ireland's ancient East, Ireland's ancient East destination marketing brand. My rationale and determination in this regard is simple. It's about harnessing the potential of the tourism product in our region, about putting a spotlight on all that we have to offer, about turning a hidden gem into the jewel of our tourism crown. That's where my focus and the focus of our party lies. The SDLP has been working with local tourism providers, statutory agencies, the Irish Government and all parties in building a strategy to significantly and sustainably boost cross-border tourism in South East Ulster. Our case has been put forward so successfully that our proposal to include Armagh and Down in Ireland's ancient East received cross-party and cross-community buy-in at Newry, Mourne and Down District Council, even from the DUP. There is a clear synchronicity between the tourism offering of Armagh and Down and the four pillars of Ireland's ancient East, ancient Ireland, Anglo-Ireland, medieval Ireland and early Christian Ireland. Each of the four pillars of Ireland's ancient East can be found in my area or within a stone's throw from it. From Viking history and Norman castles in Carlingford, historical sites in South Armagh which predate the pyramids in Egypt, St Patrick's resting place in Downpatrick and the tomb of Brian Brew at St Patrick's Cathedral in Armagh, the seat of the Anglican Church in Ireland. The tourism offering within Armagh and Down is as rich as it is diverse and presents a unique opportunity for the history and heritage of Ulster to secure a more prominent placement within Ireland's ancient East. Home of the Orangism is at Dan Winter's cottage near Lough. Near Armagh City we have Awanwaka, Navan Fort, a mesmerising historical ancient capital of Ireland that the Egyptians actually recorded in a very prehistoric map. The Quaker village of Bestwick manufactured linen and produced granite that was exported across the British Empire, and just around the corner in Darmore House, the Act of Union was drafted. I struggle to find a better way to show that we are serious about a genuinely shared future than to work together to see Fáilte Ireland market our shared history and our intertwined heritage around the world, proudly and unapologetically. We have an opportunity through this motion today to harness the power of our heritage and demonstrate that a rising tide really can lift all boats. I must also give an honourable mention to the Armagh Rhymers, who have been keeping Ireland's ancient Celtic traditions alive. I will never forget the day they walked into my primary school and mesmerised every one of us with their rhyming. In his maiden speech to the House of Commons over 40 years ago, Seamus Mallon quite rightly pointed to the fact that our history belongs to us all, simply by the virtue of the fact that there are sites in South Armagh alone which predate Britain in Ireland, the Vikings in Ireland, and even the Celts in Ireland. It is on this basis that I commend today's motion to the House in the strongest possible terms. Counties Armagh and Down are very definitely a part of Ireland's ancient East. It is time that we made that official so that we can reap the very clear dividend for the communities we all serve.
Thank you. I now wish to call the Minister for the Economy, Conor Murphy, and Minister just to advise you that you have 10 minutes to respond.
I welcome the opportunity to speak in the debate and thank the members for their contributions to it. Tourism provides employment for 70,000 people here, with 70% of these outside of Belfast. And this highlights the importance and the potential of tourism to the local economy, with places to see and visit in communities right across the north. Its strong sub-regional presence means that tourism already has a sustainable basis for people across the north, wherever they live, to have the opportunity to earn a living in their neighbourhoods. And for this reason, it is a key sector in delivering regional balance, one of my key priorities. Tourism also has the capacity to contribute to good jobs by providing employment opportunities for all, to productivity by embracing new and emerging technologies both within the sector itself and to attract people here, and to decarbonisation, because tourists are thinking about the green issues when selecting their destinations, and Tourism NI already works closely with business operators to embed sustainability into how they deliver their business. Tourism was identified as an area of cooperation under the Good Friday Agreement, recognising the potential for the growth of the sector on an all-island basis. And that is why Tourism Ireland was established, tasked with promoting Ireland as a destination for visitors from right across the globe. As Economy Minister, I will fund Tourism Ireland properly so it has the resources to attract more people here. If we want the North to be part of a traveller's full Irish experience, then it needs to be promoted in this way too. In discussions with Minister Martin, the Tourism Minister in the South, I outlined the clear potential that exists from extending Fáilte Ireland's regional brands into the North. The Wild Atlantic Way already stretches 2,500 kilometres from the old head of Kinsale in County Cork to the Inishowen Peninsula in Donegal, a driving route showcasing visitor attractions along Ireland's rugged west coast. The coastline that embodies the spirit of the Wild Atlantic Way, shaped by the ocean, doesn't stop at Lough Foyle. It continues from Derry past Benone Beach and Musselton Temple, and from then on to Dunluce Castle via the Giant's Causeway and beyond to Dunseverick Castle in Ballintoy. This already has been recognised, with Ireland's three agencies, Tourism Ireland, Tourism Northern Ireland and Fáilte Ireland, already working collaboratively together to bring together experiences for visitors on the Wild Atlantic Way and the Causeway coastal route. This shared island initiative, worth almost €8 million, will identify key discovery points along both existing routes. It is bringing the routes closer together through new signage and will provide a small capital grant scheme for tourism experiences. It will be backed up by a destination marketing plan along the routes, together with the aim of achieving longer visitor stays and greater economic benefits in the North West and across the North Coast. It places Derry as the destination city, and it opens up the opportunity of incorporating the Causeway coastal route into the northern section of the Wild Atlantic Way. This project reinforces the belief of ministers north and south as to the untapped benefits of all-island tourism and the opportunity it provides to create good jobs in local communities. In that context, discussions are continuing on extending the Wild Atlantic Way branding into the north. One of the amendments suggested including Ireland's hidden heartlands, which I agree with. Fáilte Ireland's hidden heartlands focuses on the nature-based experiences of waterways and walking trails stretching from North Cork up to Cavan and Leitrim. The peace and tranquility of this landscape follows the winding trail of the River Shannon up to the Culca Lakelands Geopark. The Fermanagh Lakelands share these characteristics, and there is a natural fit for Ireland's hidden heartlands to be extended further. There already is considerable collaboration between Cavan County Council and Fermanagh and Omagh District Council on tourism development. The extension of Ireland's Hidden Heartland brand will only build upon this good work, providing even more opportunities for sustainable economic growth in the North West. And the third of Fáilte Ireland's regional brands is Ireland's Ancient East. Starting at the southeastern coast with Waterford and Wexford and extending northwards, it brings life to the culture, heritage and history of the region, drawing on Irish mythology and Viking and Norman histories of the area. It would take little imagination for the likes of Navan Fort, the Mournes and Strangford to be incorporated into this brand experience, along with the areas associated with St Patrick, Lecale, Downpatrick and Armagh. Linkages already exist in this area for tourists to explore, with the recent announcement of shared island fund for the Nara Water Bridge bringing together Louth and the Mournes. I have agreed to meet with Newry, Mourne and Down District Council to hear from them how parts of Armagh and Down might be included in Ireland's Ancient East. The benefits that these regional brand opportunities can deliver is recognised within communities. My proposals have been developed following extensive engagement with councils and tourism operators on the ground. I have already been told clearly and repeatedly that there is a real appetite for these brand experiences to be extended north, and I welcome the view of all parties in the Chamber today in support of that. People are rightly excited about the possibilities these will provide to encourage visitors to come here more often and to stay with us for longer. Those on the ground are best placed to guide and deliver the needs of the industry, and that's why I'm establishing a Tourism Partnership Board, delivering strategic actions for the sector by the sector. In relation to ETA, seamless all-Ireland travel is key to building on the growth we have seen in our tourism sector since the Good Friday Agreement, and I am therefore extremely concerned about the introduction of the British Government's electronic travel authorisation scheme and its potential to deter tourists from including the North in their itineraries. I see it as a real risk to the huge growth potential for tourism here, and this view is shared by the industry, and I welcome in particular the representations that the Tourism Alliance have made. In 2019, international visitors who would require an ETA if it's introduced contributed $220 million to the local economy, and this could be impacted on by the introduction of the ETA scheme. Bureaucracy and cost involved may deter many visitors who would arrive in the south from travelling north. Given that 70% of overseas holidaymakers come from the south, this poses a very serious threat. These concerns are shared across the benches in this chamber, and I am pleased to hear that, and it's consistently raised as one of the single biggest concerns of the tourism industry. For that reason, I wrote to the British Minister for Legal Migration and the Border in April, seeking an urgent meeting to raise my concerns and to find solutions that would protect our tourism industry. I have had no response to that letter, and I intend to write again seeking an urgent meeting with the new British Home Office Minister following the general election. In addition, given that the concerns about the ETA are shared across the political spectrum, my preference would be for an agreed executive position to be communicated to the British Home Office. I therefore intend to bring forward a paper to the executive to seek its agreement to the First and Deputy First Minister, also writing to the new British Home Secretary after the general election. Just turning to a number of points that were raised over the course of the debate, and there were many consistent views, particularly in relation to the electronic travel authorisation issue. There were a few broadcasts from various parts of the country for tourism in their own sector, and I don't disagree with any of those. But in relation to the amendment in particular, I find myself concurring with the view of the Leader of the Opposition that I do think there is no difficulty in terms of having national and international brands and those complementing local brands as well. I think that is the experience. People will know various advertisements if you are considering going internationally, but within those there are subsectors with their own particular brands, and I don't see a challenge in terms of adopting those national brands and retaining localised brands, which when people come to an area then give them an additional experience and additional interest. My issue or my concern with the amendment it also, I think, is in line with that expressed by the Leader of the Opposition, in that I think, as I think Doug Beattie referenced in his contribution, the best thing is to be rid of this. I don't think we should set short a position for the Executive. I would like to see the Executive in a robust way challenge the very existence of this. I get where the DUP in terms of their amendment are coming from, and I don't think we would necessarily divide this House in relation to it, but I would say that my proposition to the Executive will be to press for not for a limitation in the use, but for no use. The clear message that we're getting from industry is that anything which creates an additional hurdle or bureaucratic hurdle will be a deterrent to people coming north. So I think our best option, our first option, should be to get rid of the ETA itself. But as I say, I don't see any need to divide us all in relation to that. I think we have a fairly common approach. It's just a matter of nuance in that when we get to the Executive, and hopefully the Executive will back that proposition and will go to the Home Office on that basis, from not only from myself but from First and Deputy First as well. The chair of the Economy Committee did raise questions in relation to the Tourism Partnership Board, and we have, as he has alluded to, we have put the Partnership Board together to enable cross-departmental engagement on relevant issues. The membership will be drawn from relevant departments as well as representatives from the tourism sector, the hospitality industry and local government, and once finalised, letters of invitation will issue. It's my intention to provide the board with a draft action plan. However, the final document will be co-designed by board membership, and I'm happy to share with him and the committee terms of reference and any other further information and update they wish in relation to that.
Time's up, Minister.
Did you ask if I...
No, it was me. I'm just saying your time's up.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I was in full flow. Just in conclusion, Pre-Last Concorda, I support the motion and the amendment, and I have no wish to oppose other amendments, but I make the position that we need to take a very strong and robust position in relation to the ETA.
Thank you. So I call Philip McGuigan to wind on amendment number 2, and just to advise you, Philip, you have 3 minutes.
Right. Gurmagad, Pre-Last Concorda. I think obviously the first thing to say from a Sinn Féin MLA point of view is that there's a rational, common sense argument to be made that policy integration across all areas of government on this island will improve outcomes for the citizens of Ireland that we are elected to represent. In terms of this motion, I know I've only got 3 minutes, recapping what everybody said, by and large there is broad support with regard to the motion, and different people have different emphasis. There's obviously agreement on support for our tourism sector, and that we need to work together on the island to do that. There's certainly agreement from all the speakers that we need to work to remove any barriers that would hinder this, and the ETA being a clear example of that. As the Minister said and others said, there's perhaps a different emphasis, but I accept what the Minister has said in terms of the amendment and a working way forward, where he hopes to get agreement from the Executive to have an agreed position. So, as I say, there's broad agreement from all the parties, slightly different emphasis on some of this stuff, how closely we should work together, and then obviously everybody who spoke clearly identified and pointed out the many places and attractions and offerings that we have here in the north that bring tourists here, and people pointed out some other complexities that we need to work on. Obviously Sinn Féin, from our point of view, we want to build a more inclusive and sustainable economy here for all, and we want to work with others to make that happen. Tourism, despite its challenges, is bouncing back after the pandemic, and we need to build upon it. The Minister talked about the fact that 70% of jobs within the tourism and hospitality sector are located outside of Belfast. So, it is a sector that does bring regional balance, and we need to ensure that is built upon. Maximising our tourist potential and therefore benefiting the many tourism and hospitality businesses and those who are employed within the sector and the communities that benefit from visiting tourists will only reach its full potential, in my view, working on an all-island basis. In particular, Sinn Féin's tourism spokesperson, I, like others have said, have mentioned and raised the compelling case for expanding Fáilte Ireland's successful tourism marketing strategies, such as the Wild Atlantic Way, Ireland's ancient east, and as our amendment has called for, the hidden heartlands, and to the north. tourist experiences and how they're marketed are fundamentally important to the attractiveness of any destination. And as others have said, we can do two things at once. That the Causeway coastal route where I live can benefit whilst maintaining its unique identity, but within the Causeway Coast or within the Wild Atlantic Way. I had a lot more to say pre-last Collier, but my time's up, so happy to support.
Thank you, Philip. And I call second Philip Brett, to wind on amendment number 1 and also to advise you 3 minutes, Philip.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I think the collegiality that dominates our Economy Committee has now transcended into this chamber, which is good to see. And with that, can I welcome the leader of the Ulster Unionist Party onto our committee. In summing up a number of important contributions made by members, Ms Murphy and Mr McMurray spoke eloquently of the tourism offering that their constituencies have to offer and the need for them to be included. Mr McNulty also gave a helicopter view, pardon the pun, in relation to the great tourism offering in his constituency, and I will meet him for some apple pie at with Hilda at Dan Winter's cottage. Mr Honeyford summed up well some of the Alliance position. He said not a lot of nice words, but not what actually they stood for, so I'm not quite sure what the Alliance are voting for, which motion or amendment, but he eloquently, in his own words, outlined the offering that Lagan Valley has and Alliance's commitment to that. Mr O'Toole rightly raises the issue of my mistake in the amendment, simply having embraced the giant. Perhaps I was writing my literature for the North Belfast Westminster election rather than writing this amendment here today. But he also, as always, consistently raises the issue of direct flights from the United States, and I know it's something that we're all going to work together to try and deliver. Mr Beattie, the leader of the Ulster Unionist Party, rightly highlights the commitment within the command paper in relation to pre-clearance and the need of us to work in terms of VAT and supporting our hospitality sector. The Minister gave a useful update in relation to the Tourism Partnership Board, and I know the committee will look forward to seeing the membership of that and ensure that it's reflective and inclusive of all aspects of our tourism offering right across Northern Ireland. He didn't get quite a chance to update us in relation to the air connectivity review that had been commissioned by his department, but I know it will be something that he will keep us abreast upon. So I think there is a general consensus around this chamber that we all value the role of the Northern Ireland tourism branding, but we do want to see continued cooperation across this island and across all islands. So hopefully members can see it in their hearts to support the amendment that I have before us and work together for a collective position on that. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Philip. And I call Cara Hunter to conclude and wind up on the debate for the opposition. And just to advise you, Cara, that you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And firstly, I'd like to thank the Minister for being here and wish him all the best. It's great to see him back in the chamber. Principal Deputy Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to speak on this today and be part of bringing this forward. I would argue I have one of the prettiest constituencies. It's absolutely beautiful and so coastal and so focused around tourism, so I'm really delighted to speak about this today. Much like the lush green pastures that roll from Armagh into Monaghan, as the peaks of the Mournes gaze majestically to the tops of the Cooley Peninsula, and just as the fish swim without thought throughout the Lough Foyle between Donegal and Derry, our island is one that is shared and connected by geography, history, culture and family. Our island, our Ireland, must be understood, communicated and sold as one. No matter your views on our constitutional arrangements or constitutional future, our responsibility in this House is to ensure the best outcomes for our people and our prosperity. And to ensure the best outcomes for our tourism, we must endeavour that this island is conveyed, marketed and sold as one, beautiful, rich and a mythical destination. As Strand 2 of the Good Friday Agreement commits us to working on a cross-border basis, for tourism we must work together to sell this beautiful place that we all call home. The unmissable jewel at the heart of what writer and Ulster Presbyterian William Drennan called the Emerald Isle. Last year, nearly 32 million people passed through Dublin Airport, and most of them coming into Ireland. We must do all we can to ensure that those who holiday in Ireland holiday in all of Ireland. And in the north of Ireland, in Northern Ireland, we have so very much to offer. For example, in my own constituency, we have the Dunluce Castle, and if you haven't been, I highly suggest that you go. Many of you, like me, have likely met people abroad who have told you of their wonderful experiences holidaying here in Ireland, be it sipping a pint of the black stuff in the Gravity Bar, kissing the Blarney Stone, or strolling through the beautiful streets of Galway. But too often they recount trips to this island in which the North was overlooked and forgotten. By committing to an all-Ireland tourism strategy, we ensure that tourists will not fail to take the opportunity to experience the breathtaking beauty of our counties, receive the warm embrace of our people, and make memories that will be recounted to others around the world about our humour, our northern soul, and this place that we call home and are lucky to call home. The now iconic zigzag sign of the Wild Atlantic Way has become a beacon to the many tourists exploring the unparalleled beauty of this island, and the simplicity of its success is undoubted. However, while so many tourists breathe in the beauty of sights from Cork to Donegal, the abrupt end of the journey at the Donegal-Derry border really makes no sense, and it comes out of absolutely nowhere. And I'll just touch on some members' comments. Thank you to everyone who contributed here today. Anya Murphy made the important point and talked about the importance of Fermanagh and Tyrone as Ireland's hidden heartlands. I'm a former Tyrone representative in council, and I completely agree. It's stunning, and I've done the Stairway to Heaven, and it's breathtaking for two reasons, because it's absolutely beautiful and it's also a very, very steep incline. Mr. Honeyford touched on that he believes in better, and we can do much more with our tourism and seek to attract more visitors here, and a real barrier to that is the dire and urgent need for improved infrastructure. I thought that rebalancing of connectivity was really important. Mr. Beattie had touched on the importance of our hospitality sector in Northern Ireland, which has undoubtable potential, but we must invest and upskill in our people here. The Giant's Causeway must be understood to be as essential as Newgrange, the Titanic Museum as unmissable as the Guinness Storehouse, and Crumlin Jail as equally as must-see as Kilmainham. By linking the Wild Atlantic Way to the Causeway Coast, and by extending Armagh down to Ireland's ancient east, and by placing Derry as a cosmopolitan centre of Ireland's northwest, we stand to capitalise on our tourism potential. Principal Deputy Speaker, I call on all members of this House to remember that there is nothing to fear in working together on matters of clear mutual interest, and say that whether you bounce to the beat of a boron or a lambeg drum, much like the Irish rugby team, our shared success is best realised standing shoulder to shoulder and together as one. And I would endorse members to support this important motion here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Cara. So the question is that Amendment 1, standing in the names of Philip Brett, Gary Middleton, Trevor Clark and David Brooks be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So the question is that the amendment number 2, standing in the name of Philip McGuigan and Anya Murphy, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes? The ayes have it. So the question now is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. If members would mind taking your ease. Okay, members, Shorter, Leader of the Opposition, can you behave yourself? Thank you. Okay, so further consideration stage of the Defective Premises Bill is now being debated, and I call on the Minister for Communities, Mr Gordon Lyons, to move the bill.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
Okay, so members will have received a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the single amendment for debate. The amendment will be debated under the group heading Limitation Periods, Determinations under Appeal. I want to remind members that once the debate on the amendment is completed, the question on the amendment will be taken, and if that is clear, we shall move. So we're now going to move on to the single amendment for debate, and I call on Matthew O'Toole.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, following useful conversations with the Minister and others, not moved.
As the sole amendment has not been moved, there is no opportunity for debate on the bill, and that concludes the further consideration stage of the defective premises bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. Item 6 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is now adjourned.